Hi, good evening. I'm David Sponheim for America's Third Party, and this is a wonderful opportunity to introduce what we're doing to you. We're basically giving you a venue to chat. We're offering you a place to come and visit, but more importantly, we have a video that plays cutting edge information that come in from links from all the people that come into our chat room, and we try to give you as much information as we can in an evening of broadcasting, which we record every night. And that kind of interests people. You know, a lot of people don't get that from their mainstream media. They don't get the interaction. They don't get the opportunity to talk to Americans up close and personal who are truly upset at what our country's been doing overseas. And we believe at America's Third Party that we have a different alternative that is separate completely from the two-party system. We offer ways of saving the country that can deal with some of the serious chemical waste issues, the water pollution problems, the air pollution problems, the food problems that we have in our country that are really not healthy to eat genetically modified food. The studies are showing that it could be dangerous. We bring that to light. We talk about the dangers of forced vaccinations, about the benefit of legalizing marijuana. All these things are encapsulated in our concepts that we talk about in our show. We want to deal with Fukushima. We want to make sure that we have some solutions, that Japan isn't seemingly exhausting all their solutions. So we've got new ideas. I've come up with a lot of ideas that should be integrated. I need clout, political clout, to make any of these ideas come true, to come to fruition. And I don't have that political clout. Like you, I'm powerless. So we do the show every day despite the fact that I'm powerless and don't have any political clout. Despite all odds, because we have to do this. We have to keep trying. And if we don't keep trying, the world will think that nobody in America cares. And we do care. We don't want our country to be a bad influence around the world. We don't want it to get deep into wars like in Syria, or right now Donald Trump is right on the precipice of war with North Korea. And I never would have let this get out of control. You know, my idea that I was promoting the past 5 years is the idea of stopping war games, eliminating that factor and making an appeal to Kim Jong-un to at least open a dialogue on the phone. I'm serious. I'm not afraid to talk to anybody. And I think it's important to know that without a dialogue, without communication with Kim Jong-un, we're kind of flying blind here. And China recently started saying what my idea has been for 5 years and told Trump their advice was to stop the war games as a first step. Prudent move, smart. Trump refused to listen to anything China said, and now he's putting our relationship with China on the edge, which is very sad. We have such a strong trade relationship with China. We don't want to destroy it over North Korea. At the same time, China's not going to do something because we tell them to do it. So Trump is way in over his head. He doesn't understand what's going on. So the reality is now we are on the edge of war in Syria with ISIS / whoever else is fighting ISIS, possibly the Russians, because we could get into a gunfire battle with the Russians now because our troops are right near what the Russians are. Bad move. All of this would have never happened if I were president. I would have pulled rebel support from Syria. I would have had backroom dealings with the Russian mob like Trump has had. He's sidelined the entire foreign policy of our country and turned it into a mockery. Thank you. And the simple fact that Trump won't respond to anyone, why his entire cabinet is completely in the back pocket of Russia and have been before the election, yet he says he has nothing to do, he doesn't have a relationship with Putin. We have him on record saying he has a relationship with Putin, contradicting himself constantly. Our biggest problem is not protesters and Democrats. They're our problem, only so far as they're upset. They want some solutions. We haven't addressed brutality in our streets, that's the truth. Obama never fixed the problem with the overly brutal cops in cities like Chicago. Actually, all around the country, the cops are overly brutal. We've got over 1,200 deaths a year, and we're on track to even beat last year's for people being killed by cops. And these are unarmed people, mind you. A lot of them don't even have a weapon. Half of them don't even have a weapon. 1/4 of them are mentally ill. I mean, all of this is happening and no oversight by our leaders. We haven't had a strong leader in our country for a long, long time. We've been run by the New World Order. They've been pulling the strings of our puppet presidents for years, ever since Ronald Reagan, when they hired an actor to do the job. Well, this has been an ongoing process, so I listen to the show, I integrate the ideas that come into this chat, and we have evolved, and we keep moving forward. People said, David, why are you talking about chemtrails? They'll think you're a whack job. Why are you mentioning fluoride in our water system being unsafe? They'll think you're a whack job. Why are you worried about Fukushima? It's in Japan. Why do you want to legalize weed? They'll think you're a whack job. Why are you worried about the budget? They just keep printing up more money. I mean, what do you care? I mean, these are things that I care about. That's why I put them on the screen. The reason why I've been taking on these issues is I care about them. I wouldn't even be doing this if I didn't care about these issues. I also believe that it's sexual harassment is wrong. Some people come in here and constantly sexually harass me, claiming that I'm this, that, or the other thing. I'm a heterosexual man, and I'm really offended when you keep coming in here calling me not. And maybe that's your little shtick, that you like to, poke at the hetero guy. Maybe you're so gay you want heteros to become gay. I mean, what's your problem? But I can tell you that that's the least of my worries. Yeah, you got things forming in your body right now from the GMOs that you're eating that you don't even know about, that probably won't even present as a tumor until it'll cut off your vena vaga nerve and you have problems walking. I mean, seriously, many of you don't even understand how important what goes in your mouth is. I know doctors don't care. The truth is they don't give a crap about nutrition. There was some ridiculous BS disinformation site last week that said multivitamins are useless. And I read it, and it said that multivitamins are useless only because some doctor said so. Not because some study was done, but some doctors said they're useless. It's ridiculous. Of course multivitamins are good for you. The real problem is, the truth is, the healthcare community wants you to get sick. They want to profit from you. They don't want you to be full of good vitamins and feel good and have a good immune system. They want you to become a waste case, ready for the hospice. And that's the reality. That's the truth. So Truth Tuesday deals with a harsh reality. A hospital ripoff, a government that doesn't give a crap about the people. Our homeless, around the 4 million homeless in the U.S., aren't getting any solutions, no solutions at all. It's crazy. I like real food vitamins. Yeah, I agree. I mean, if you can get your vitamins in your food, go for it. But I don't believe in any way that multivitamins are useless. I saw a net effect of eating a multivitamin and just seeing my hair maintain its good, full richness. I'm serious. Somebody said, hey, take multivitamins, your hair will get better. It did. I was amazed. The medical community wants to profit from you. They don't give a crap about you. Most of the people in the healthcare industry just look at money. All they care about is money. Yeah. When you walk into the hospital, the first thing they do is try to get your insurance and find out where your money's located, because that's all they really care about is your money. Yeah. Yeah, you think I'm kidding? You care about things like life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They don't give a crap about that. They want your money. All of it. They'll destroy you. They'll take you down. If you have a full insurance plan, they'll milk you till you're completely drained of your $2 million cap, and then they'll go after your house. They want your money. These sick scumbags are the ones that are running our country. They're the same kind of people. They're cut out of the same cloth. There's a name for these the people that are in Trump's cabinet and in Trump's administration and his enterprise, his business that he runs out of the White House. There's a name for these people. They're called the Ashkenazis. And there's a group of people that claim to be Jewish, and they're not Jewish. They're not related to Abraham. Their mothers are not Jewish. But they're greedy. And they give Jewish people a bad name. They really do. They're parasites. And believe me, Jewish people are not parasites. They're not in any way bad. But these Ashkenazis, they were the same people that were in Hitler's cabinet. Many of those people were Jewish, that in the Nazis, the Gestapo and the SS, many of them were Jewish. You didn't know that? Or they claim to be Jews. But Jewish people are not that way. These Ashkenazis are. So Donald Trump is surrounded by these anacondas and reptiles, and he has virtually filled and stacked the swamp and put them on steroids. So you basically are stuck with the worst president on earth right now. And if you don't get your act together and realize that he took 10 of my ideas to win the election, I've been censored for 8 years. I'm a veritable saint compared to this guy. And I'm not calling myself a saint. But believe me, I am compared to this guy. He is just rotten to the core. And now he's trying to push us into a war with China or North Korea. And increasing the position we have in Syria. Not downsizing it, increasing the position. Sending 1,500 Marines in there. So, our views are not the views of the people that are running our country, or the people that do the health care, or the people that handle your legal requirements, because they don't give a crap about you. Your attorney may present as a person who cares about you, but frankly, they're into money. They really want money. That's why you don't see a lot of attorneys taking on civil rights issues. You rarely see that unless somebody wants to finance it. Okay. Well, I've got some stories to tell you tonight that are really quite troubling. Like Donald Trump, his former Trump advisor, met with a Russian spy back in 2013. We have all kinds of information that just continually implicates Trump and his advisors. This guy right here, a former campaign advisor for Trump, Carter Page, met with Russian intelligence back in New York City in 2013. He met with a Russian intelligence operative named Viktor Podobny, who was later charged by the U.S. government alongside with 2 others for acting on unregistered agents of foreign government. The charges filed in 2015 came after federal investigators busted a Russian spy ring that was seeking information on U.S. sanctions, as well as efforts to develop an alternative energy Page. Or rather, Page is an energy consultant, and Carter Page met with this guy. I got to tell you, they were trying to get rid of the sanctions long before the election, and they got Trump to work with them. That is a gross violation of the Logan Act. You cannot work with a foreign government to manipulate major policy in this country. It's crazy. So we've got a veritable traitor in the office of the presidency right now. Or he's just been compromised to the nth degree. Whether they have sex tapes on him or not, he has infested our government with Russian spies. Now, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to think about a third party for the next election at the very least? Because I'm not going to ever cavort or collaborate with Russians. I'm not in cahoots with these people because I'm not greedy like Donald Trump. I'm not made out of that materialistic cloth that he's made out of. I've never been materialistic. It's an unusual characteristic. I realize a lot of you want money, and I don't blame you. But when you have what you need, I'm very content with that. I don't need a lot more. I'm amazed at how great things are when I do get more, and I'm very thankful, but it's not like I want more. Plus, we won't benefit from any trade relations with Russia. Russia wants a higher price on their oil. Rex Tillerson's over there and has been over there working deals with ExxonMobil for ExxonMobil's benefit, not the U.S. benefit. I don't think the metric system is still there. It's used in Europe and in Asia. I don't think we have to convert. I think the metric and standard nuts are perfectly fine. I think the system's working as it is. You can't force people to change. The market goes where the market wants to go, and frankly, people like metric and standard measurements. So, Donald Trump is making $400,000 a month right now from the U.S. government in the Trump Towers alone and Mar-a-Lago. The Secret Service has to pay thousands of dollars to go on the golf course with him. They pay him and his company to go on the golf course with him. They want 2 floors in the Trump Tower to guard Melania because she won't live in the White House for some reason. Whatever her reason is. We pay $1 million a day to protect them and Barron. Melania and Barron have to be protected. So we had to rent 2 floors at $169,000 a month per floor. Those same floors went for $39,000 last year per month. So Trump upped the price of the floors, and he's making his $400,000 a month. He doesn't get a $400,000 salary. He gave that up. He gets $400,000 a month from our U.S. government in profit. That's just for starters. I mean, he's got all kinds of money streams coming in from his being president. You put the greediest guy in the country in the most important position in the country. That's why we call you Trump tards. That's why the name Trump Tard evolved. What's wrong with your head that you would put somebody so greedy in the White House when you should have put a man with integrity who's not materialistic in the White House like me? What's wrong with your judgment? Do you have any judgment, Trump Tards? Well, all right, let's move to another story. Trump's lawyer confirms he doesn't have any public trust. His lawyer confirms that he can pull money from his businesses whenever he wants. Yeah, I know Shrek loves Trump, but that's why we're not into Shrek. But thanks for asking. So here he is, a guy who won't put any of his money into public trust, wants to do business on the side with Russia, while he's saying he doesn't have any knowledge of Russia, no relationship with Russia. And the world must be brainwashed, Cat Fur Jimmy, because this guy got to the presidency because we're asleep as a nation. And I've been trying my darndest to get noticed, but again, the censorship kept me down in my own country. I was vilified in the foreign press here in my area. Let me tell you something that happened in my local area by the foreign press that slandered me. In my opinion, they slandered me. But let me tell you what the foreign press has done in my area. Their Canadian newspaper put out a April Fool's paper in my area claiming that they were going to charge $5 every time we went over this bridge that is vital to get to this island. Okay? They claimed that the earthquake preparedness work that the government had done, and they're still working on the bridge, was going to cost $5 every time somebody went over the bridge. It was an April Fool's joke, they thought. They got everybody in my area talking about it, and the news like flies when people say, we're going to have to pay $5 for a bridge? There's no way I'm living here. I got high blood pressure just thinking about it. I moved to this island because I could get a free passage off of the island just by driving off of it on a bridge that was, they want to create a toll. That's what the newspaper said. Turns out it was an April Fool's joke. So I called the newspaper. I said, I hope you realize that you violated the fairness doctrine in the U.S., and you're a foreign paper, and I know you're not bound by our laws, but you violated the fairness doctrine. And I think a lot of networks, a lot of news agencies don't realize what the fairness doctrine is. I called the newspaper, yeah. I said, and don't be surprised you're not going to get a lawsuit from somebody if you violate the fairness doctrine. You're not serving the public interest by freaking everybody out about a toll road. It was a very bad joke. Yeah, they could get a lawsuit, sure. Yeah, why not? I mean, it affected everybody in the area. We were all talking about it for 2 days. Like, nobody realized that this is a joke. No, I moved here because my parents and I both moved here because we love this area. I'm in the top 3 locations in the world for people to live. And it's also incredibly affordable to live here. That's why I made the choice to live on this island. I don't live near Seattle because it's too busy over there. We like the rural area. This is one of the top 10 areas in the world for metro living, rural living. They call it metropolitan. Okay, compared to your dump that you're living in, where are you living? What dump do you live in? Let's share. Yeah, Paris. I would say Whidbey Island is it's extremely beautiful here. Aside from the stupid jets that are flying over our heads, everything is incredible. We've got right now the jets are such a problem that the National Park Service is offering to buy up the landing pad because the Navy is so stupid about what they're doing. They're putting 120 decibels over our beautiful area here. Yeah, you want me to give you a picture of where I live? Anyways, I looked all over to find a place like this. It's gorgeous. You'd love to live here, except for the jets. I'll just show you little glimpses of the island here. This is the bridge that I was telling you about. It's a land bridge called Deception Pass. It was built in 1936. And they were saying, this is the only passage off the island other than a ferry. And they were saying it was going to be a toll road. I mean, it's not even funny. It's sick. It's a sick joke. No, I'm good. Look it's in the top 3 micropolitan areas. I said metropolitan, I meant micropolitan areas in the world. Yeah. It's a little pixelated. Okay, well, let me give you a better picture of just, the area in general. This is a kind of an overcast day, but there's a little sun there in the picture. It's just really idyllic. You're looking at an area, that island right there is one of the few islands within an island in the world. There's only a few islands within an island. That island, we're looking at an island called Fidalgo Island there, and an island within an island. It's kind of cool. There's only a few in the world. The bridge, people come from all over the world to see this Deception Pass Bridge. Yeah, it's micropolitan. It's Cascade beautiful. It's the temperate zone that we're living in. So when I moved here, I didn't expect to be living under a jet path. In fact, the realtors told me that we were in a no-fly zone. And there's a class action lawsuit being filed against the realtor associations because of this. But the Navy had big plans for this area, and now Boeing is bragging about all their stock growth and how their stock went up when they got 48 orders from Patty Murray. And all of those jets are being trained over my house. I would love to move out of this area, but there's so many problems with moving. Yeah. So I'm kind of like grin and bear it. I've got some extra roofing material with soundproofing on my house. I'm not real happy with the jets, I got to tell you. And when the National Park Service offered to buy up the landing pad, I'm going, well, this is great. But it's just right now a little cliff note in the environmental impact statement the Navy put out. Oy vey. Anyway, if you want to live in an affordable area that's comfortable, I chose to live near the water because I love the ocean. But I don't take walks in the ocean anymore because I'm a little bit freaked out about Fukushima. But I'm sure I could go back out there and walk on the ocean and not be too worried. I think the concern about radiation is a little bit excessive. I think radiation is dangerous, but not as dangerous as people think it is. I mean, I've actually profiled the work of Galen Windsor, who was a guy who lived till 88 years old, and he actually bathed. If you can imagine this, he bathed in plutonium water in this pools outside of Hanford nuclear reactor where he worked. He claimed that. Here he is.
You pour it out in the hand, and that's radioactive contamination. Is it radioactive? Yeah, it is. Very radioactive. Now, decontamination is nothing but scooping it back up and putting it into the bottle. I just now decontaminated my hand. No, I didn't do such a good job. Not good at all. Is it still radioactive? Yeah, that's called residual radioactivity. Now, under the decontamination rules of the government, when you decontaminate somebody like this that's that contaminated, and this is certainly a reportable incident under current DOE regulations, when you decontaminate him, it has to go down a controlled drain so that you don't disperse radioactivity. Do I qualify as a controlled drain? That material that I just ate is not soluble in body fluids. Like it's been this. It was fired originally at 940 degrees C, where it becomes U3O8, known in the industry as HCl insoluble. In other words, it will not dissolve in concentrated hydrochloric acid, hot. Your stomach has...
I'm going to pause it for a little bit because Galen Windsor is was the renowned expert on radiation. And even he was known to actually eat that. So he lived to be 88. He lived. So I think the concern we have is more like the long term. long-term effects, like mutagenic effects or teratogenic effects on our children and children's children. A South Everett home invasion suspect caught on camera. Wow. Cairo 7. It's not popping up. 2CI saw this in the news. Everett's a little bit more dangerous in our area where we live, but yeah, it doesn't seem to be popping up here. Yeah. What's going on with videos on all these networks? They can't get their videos to play, but YouTube plays like instantly. What's with that? Truly. All right, I guess we'll be waiting for a while.
Caught on camera, a home invasion takes a terrifying turn. 2 suspects zero in on the homeowner, found hiding inside. Tonight, what the suspects got away with and why police are sounding the alarm.
New at 11, Cairo 7's Gary Horker is live in South Everett. Gary, even Snohomish County detectives say this crime is really concerning because the suspects actually took time to confront the homeowner.
They say that alone is very concerning and very unusual, Steve, but these burglar suspects also took the time to kick down 3 locked doors to find the homeowner hiding in a bathroom, and as you'll see right here, a webcam was rolling and recorded the entire thing. On the far right of your screen, you'll see the robbers drop a backpack on the floor and they hesitate to enter the bedroom. They had just kicked in the home's front door. The burglars call out to anyone hiding as they try to open the bathroom door, but they find it locked. So they decide to kick it in.
Doors were locked. Most people expect that they are safe in their own home.
Sherry Ireton with Snohomish County Sheriffs released this video because of what happens next. The robbers find the homeowner hiding in the shower. The robbers assault the woman, they rip the jewelry off her neck, they steal the cell phone right out of her hand, and they ransack the entire bedroom, all the while asking, "Where's it at?" Detectives still don't know what they were looking for, but within 2 minutes, they were gone.
You know, there's just me here to protect my kids. You know, if somebody puts a break into my house, I don't, you know, what are you supposed to do against 2 guys that break into your house? You know, what if my kids were there?
Yeah, it's really, really bold and dangerous to see people doing this. Apparently, people are getting more and more desperate in the economy, and they'll do anything for money for drugs. That's thanks a lot to CI for sending that to me. Okay, here's a story that came into the show. President's cuts to the interior, $1.5 billion. President's check to the Park Service, $77,000. Park rangers face priceless. Okay, yeah, that says it all. Trump's not real happy with the Park Service. Again, that was my idea to cut the Park Service checks too. So I guess Trump's copying me on a lot of different levels. Well, she was crying, I'm sure. Oh, the whole event is like she was in shock. Well, it would have been great if the women had blown their heads off, yeah, with a shotgun. Apparently, a lot of people don't have firearms in their home. Yeah, a lot of liberal people don't carry firearms in their homes. They're not really, of the belief that anything bad's going to happen, and no one would ever break my door down. Oh, but in America, you're allowed to protect your home. Your home is your castle, and they call it the castle law. I know, he's watching everything I do. He liked the fact that I cut the funding to the Park Service. That was, I know she was in the shower. Where else is she going to be? Look, I'm the master at budget cuts, okay? Hacking secret dossiers probes a timeline of Trump's ties with Russia. Thanks, Dark Engine. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Apparently this story gets better and better every day, and that's why Trump is becoming more and more inept and useless. Because he's struggling under the pressure of being a bad person who obviously made deals with our enemy. Certainly not our friend now that they've hacked our election. They think it's okay to hack our election. I'm sorry, but we'll have to rebuild relations with them somehow. I don't think Trump's going to do it by having them control him with blackmail dossiers and sex tapes. U.S. President Donald Trump is again facing questions about his ties to Russia amid new allegations that another member of his inner circle had contact with Russian officials. Attorney General Jeff Sessions has denied reports that suggest he spoke with Sergei Kislyak, a Russian ambassador to the U.S. last year. And during his confirmation hearing, Sessions said he didn't have any contact with Russian officials during the presidential campaign. Well, apparently he lied. He did. And the proof is in the pudding. We're talking about Jeff Sessions perjuring himself, our own Attorney General. I mean, it doesn't get much worse than that. Vlad is the richest guy in the world. He's very, very rich. He's greedy rich, kind of like Trump. He has $200 billion. And he claims when he runs for election that he lives in an apartment in Moscow and only makes 200,000 U.S. equivalent dollars a year. So Putin has pulled the wool over the Russian people's eye. He's a true capitalist, and he's living in a communist nation. But what Putin is, it's interesting to note, is a nationalist. He really strongly believes in Mother Russia. And there's nothing wrong with that. If he really wants to be, a good president, he'll make sure that he won't put his personal financial interests ahead of his country. And that's true with Trump. But Trump can't do that. Trump is greedy, really greedy, and he's completely tied up in it. Apparently, Trump is kicking your web freedom's butt. The recent ISP privacy rules are dead, as Trump signs repeals instead of issuing vetoes. On Monday, Trump signed a repeal of online privacy rules that would have limited the ability of ISPs to share your customers' data, browsing history for advertising purposes. Trump's action follows the Senate and House voting to eliminate the rules issued by the FCC during Obama's presidency. So he's basically working in tandem with direct marketers who want to just know exactly what porn you've been watching. No, Nick wouldn't even qualify with a phone call. Sorry. Well, you may like Putin since you're a Trump-tard and a traitor to the country, Frankenstein. Yeah, you're become a traitor. A lot of you Trump-tards are Putin lovers. You're traitors. You're like Russian implants. You don't even know it. Yeah. Thanks, craphead Trump-tards, for voting for this. Oh, in order for Boogie XX to get a firearm in his home, he has to jump through hoops to get a license. He probably live in California, Connecticut, or New Jersey, or Massachusetts. I know you do, and you really have the wrong impression of liberals. Liberals were originally about liberty. The liberty to not live in debt. FDR had a wonderful speech. His economic plans were laid out. One of the reasons why you probably hate liberals is because they actually try to fight for a solid wage for the average American. And you don't care about the average American because you're a Trump-tard, like I said. You just care about personal gain. That's your basic thing. My fellow Americans. Necessitous men are not free men. I have that blueprint for economics created by FDR, if I can pull it up. He was a great president. He brought us the New Deal, but he also was a dictator. And he didn't really have the solutions long term that would trim the budget. You see, the New Deal just created more waste, created welfare. But he did stimulate the economy by expanding credit. And that's when the Federal Reserve basically kicked into gear. Here it is, FDR's Economic Bill of Rights. Let's listen in.
This republic had its beginning and grew to its present strength under the protection of certain inalienable political rights, among them the right of free speech, free press, free worship, trial by jury, freedom from unreasonable searches and seizures. They were our rights to life and liberty. We have come to a clearer realization of the fact, however, that true individual freedom
We have muted this entire bit. It is no longer relevant for you to listen to FDR. You are no longer able to have freedom. America has removed your freedom, and you are now a slave to the state. You know, let me tell you about a little bit about FDR. He ran up against a guy named Father Coughlin, who was his very much a competitor because Father Coughlin was going to start a third party. Let me tell you what he did to Father Coughlin. Father Coughlin had 30 million radio listeners in a country that had 100 million people. He made sure that Father Coughlin could not broadcast his radio station. He used the FCC to shut down Father Coughlin's radio show. That's what the dictator FDR did. And then when Father Coughlin continued his campaign by using the U.S. mail to send out letters and newsletters to people, he told Father Coughlin they couldn't put a stamp on an envelope because they wouldn't allow the shipment of those newsletters. That was an incredibly liberally communistic thing for him to do. So FDR violated laws, and that's why we've got, constraints, a 2-term limit on the president. He basically was moving into being a dictator, and for a guy sitting in a wheelchair, unable to move, I mean, he was kind of a scumbag, to be frank. Plus, he worked the Rockefellers and the Roosevelts worked together, and the Rothschilds, the big R's. Yeah, they all worked together, and at one point, FDR had so much money coming from the Federal Reserve, they just gave him a free blank check. So he started the CCC and the WPA, and these organizations helped stimulate, jobs like Rosie the Riveter. But in the end, we've got, massive amounts of money going out now for people on the dole. So I've come up with a way to actually end welfare, and that's the $400 a month plan that we talk about for every U.S. citizen that wants to get in on it. All you have to do is have a birth certificate, proof of birth here, and you get $400 a month under my plan. Yeah, FDR locked up the Japanese, but the fact is he did more than that. He actually violated treaties with the Japanese in international courts. He stimulated the end. He ended up causing the conflict with the Japan's government and Hirohito. He completely encouraged a war because we weren't going into war against Germany, and Britain wanted us to. So they needed a world war to get us involved. So there's strong evidence that FDR knew in advance that Honolulu would be hit and targeted, Pearl Harbor would be targeted. He knew in advance. A week before Pearl Harbor was attacked, the newspaper there actually announced that the Japanese were going to attack. They knew in advance. He knew. That's why he left only the World War I class vessels in Pearl Harbor. 2,000 men literally got eaten by sharks and died in the water from just horrible. He let that happen in order to trigger a war with Japan, which led us into a war with Germany. Because people like Father Coughlin were anti-war activists, he got rid of him too. So these people, these money mongers like the Roosevelts and the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds, they have done some pretty horrible things. And I don't even consider Theodore Roosevelt part of that group. He was a great guy. He really helped our country. As opposed to FDR, he may have helped our country temporarily, but he put us in this mindless loop of spending money left and right and never ending the spending. Okay, this is the big news tonight. We were just waiting for it to kind of come to fruition.
Here we go in the news out of Syria. Fox News alert a suspected chemical weapons attack killing dozens in northern Syria. We warn you, some of this video, it's graphic, it's disturbing. One activist group reports at least 58 are dead, including several children. Kitty Logan picks up the story from London with more. And what have you learned, Kitty?
Bill, well, if this is confirmed, it could turn out to be the worst attack of its kind in 6 years of fighting in Syria. It happened early this morning in the northern province of Idlib, and the video we're seeing coming out of the town of Khan Sheikhoun shows the injured in hospital struggling to breathe. Patients are hooked up to ventilators, doctors frantically trying to save lives. One monitoring group, the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights, says many of the victims were seen choking or fainting, and doctors treating those affected say the symptoms do indicate a gas attack. Now, sadly, many children were caught up in this. 11 of the dead are said to be under 8 years old. And there's also dozens of people seriously wounded. And doctors saying now they're struggling to treat all of the victims with limited medical resources available. And many injured patients may not survive. Now, there's no information yet on what chemical was used, but judging by the video we're seeing, it has a devastating effect so far. Now, this attack happened in an area under opposition control. Now, many people fled to Idlib from Aleppo when that city fell to government forces. So there are hundreds of thousands displaced there and many, many rebel fighters. So Syrian forces do continue to attack that area from the air despite a ceasefire. Now, activists claim a chemical agent was dropped in some of those airstrikes today. But the UN says it will be investigating a chemical weapons watchdog says that investigation has already begun. Bill.
Wow, that does look like a chemical attack at this point. We're still processing this, but we don't know if it's true or not until we get more information. But, the implication that Syria is doing the bombing of chemicals, they don't have any chemical weapons in there. Syria got rid of all their chemical weapons. That was part of an agreement with the UN. They went through every single stockpile Syria had. So where ISIS got the chemical weapons, maybe they got it from Libya. Maybe they got it from the rebels that we supported to take down Muammar Gaddafi. Maybe they got it from Hillary Clinton. She was the director of the Lafarge Corporation when they sold chemical weapons to Saddam Hussein that killed 236,000 Kurds. But nobody in our government has even talked about this. But who knows where they got the chemical weapons. But the fact is, this problem in Syria is not going to get any better the more we send troops in. That's a fact. We're only going to fuel more of a crisis. Russia asked us to pull our rebels out. And now they, certainly are upset that 1,500 Marines are there. So Trump is only stepping up a war with Russia in Syria, but at the same time he's doing Putin's bidding to try to break up the country of Ukraine, which is more of a golden prize for Russia. They want Ukraine back. They want to break up the current leadership of Poroshenko. And they've asked Donald Trump to promote this guy named Artemenko, which is a very unfortunate thing that Donald Trump is supporting Russia in Ukraine and then not working out an agreement with Russia over Syria. It's kind of sad, really. The whole thing is messed up. All right, so Sarah's going to come into the show and give me a break. I am going to go to my opposite show and start the other scene. Let me do that. It makes sense to me. When you understand that Trump is playing like an elaborate card game, one of the cards is Syria, the other is Russia, and the other is Ukraine, and the other is his sex tapes. So there's a lot on the table. If you can figure all that out, you'll understand what I'm talking about. If you can't, it's a little above your head. Okay, I think I've got a solar system to get rid of there. Okay, we're back to the education hour with Sarah. She's going to give you some time to learn about American history, and she's drawing from cultural literacy. Yeah.
So, Original Sky Scion, are you saying less than 60% on the test? They got grades lower than 60 in their driving class? In their driving class, like driver's ed? And driver's ed is like the MIT course that's like the easiest course to pass. That really does alarm me. And you were saying you have autism, and yet you were able to pass your driver's course with a lot higher than 60%.
Okay, Boogie wants to know, as president, would you make it easy for you to get weapons? Yes. We want to make sure everyone has their right to bear arms preserved. I will not impose gun control in the U.S. There is a plan that we have in place called a verification plan that would be super easy for you to get verified at a gun show. We'll have an online presence linked to the NCIS program run by the FBI, and we'll be able to get instantaneous information on you, whether you're a serious felony capital criminal or not. It won't take much. Most of you will qualify to buy guns. small percentage of you will be, you'd like a gun in New York City? No. Well, you should be able to do, state law supersedes the federal requirements, though.
Wow.
All right. Thank you.
There was a girl that got only 30%, and then another that only got 40%. Wow. You think David is like most Americans, and you're a living legend? I think if we stop thinking about it, America will be better. 842. You think if we stop thinking about guns, then America would be better? Well, the thing is, free throw. I would say there's equal protection under the law, and there is anti-discrimination things. So, but then there's other things that are discrimination. Oh, you made it in David's tribute. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I could see it, Original Sky Cyan, sleeping in class. It's probably because they make them go to high school too early in the day. Oh, I guess I have to look at that. One guy got a 30, a 40, a 0, and a 68. Wow. That's funny. Okay. You're on spring break? Good. Me too. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully they'll wake up and realize they're not going to get their driver's license if they don't pass the class. That's what I would kind of do with them. All right. Okay, you're kicking up your feet, relaxing. That's good. Bozo the Clown Comics. It's nice to be on spring break. Gives me a chance to catch up on all my schoolwork that I need to do. I have a lot to do. I have to grade papers. I have to do professional development. It's amazing what I have to work on ProTeach. It's amazing what teachers are required to do. A lot of people don't realize. And then I have to, of course, do some paperwork for America's Third Party. I forgot. Not really forgot, but wanted to forget. So, anyway, I'll work on that too. Alright, tonight's topic is anthropology, psychology, and sociology. What is a vast stretch of developed industrial urban area, such as the east coast of the United States from Boston to Washington, D.C., or the Ruhr Valley in Germany? Close to metropolis, they call it a megalopolis. Megalopolis. Like bigger than a metropolis. You just never knew our country was getting dumber and dumber. You didn't have a clue until you went to high school and you were in class with the people. Hello, 350. I know. The megalopolis. That's kind of a strange word. Yeah. Well, I agree with that. Our country does deserve a good education system. I like our education system. We have, in where I live, our high schools have a career technical education program where students can take the robotics and mechanics, and I think they should offer a plumbing one. They can take nursing, they can take culinary arts, they have lots of things. From 7th grade onwards, you used to be homeschooled till you graduated from online high school in 2014. That's good. I don't know about that, Original Sky Scion. I think that homeschool, if done right, can teach it better. But you're in a class that's not a Common Core class. Common Core is only reading, writing, and math. It's not anything else. It's not that old either. It's only been around for a few years. Yeah, the way that they teach it is supposed to get students to think more deeply. Good point, Pilot. I believe that it is, and our government believes that we should educate the people so that we can have educated people then can discuss things together, including politics. Can you open your own coal mine? I think you probably need permits for it, but you probably could. Well, most teachers have a huge requirement in order to be excellent. I agree. You can't make everyone learn all the same either. I agree too, Bernie. All right, back to next clue. What is a term expressing the view that immigrants to the United States have been fused or melted into a single people? I don't even know what that means. 702. It sounds like something weird. Lucky Times is right. Pilot is right. Melting pot. Average income is higher where you are. If you have the financial responsibility for children's education, you have a right to limit that liability. Wow. Yeah, that's going to happen, Living Legends. Well, I think the poverty level is higher than $400 a month. We're not offering the poverty level because we do want people to, we just want a baseline. And people can work beyond that baseline and should be encouraged to do so. The old commercial for kids' educational video disappeared like Conjunction Junction. Yeah, and it wasn't commercials, just commercials. It was the cartoons that they played on Saturday that were educational. There's no forced things, Frankenstein, in the U.S. That's never been a forced issue that I know about. Maybe encouraged, but not forced. Yes, Schoolhouse Rock, exactly. Yeah, I think I will mute him a little bit. Salty, I'm gonna herd you, and then if you keep talking that way, I'm gonna mute you. I have to look this up because I was born in 78, as you know. Yeah, Schoolhouse Rock and Bill Nye are still effective. So, yes, Reading Rainbow was cool. And, of course, Sesame Street, Mr. Rogers. These were all good. Okay. Let me see what there is. The United States during the Progressive Era, circa 1890 to 1920, was the first country to concertedly undertake compulsory sterilization programs for the purpose of eugenics. Wow. It's estimated that as many as 25 to 50% of Native American women were sterilized between 1970 and 1976. Wow, I did not know this. I guess because it stopped right before I was born. You notice how most people don't, well, at least maybe it's just me. I was going to say most people, or maybe it's just me, don't, like, know history before their birth. I'm going to accept it. I'm going to work on it. All right, so let's look at these. I'm going to minimize David's stuff. So this is according to PBS.org, unwanted sterilization and eugenics programs in the United States. Coerced sterilization is a shameful part of America's history, and you don't have to go back to find examples of it. Used as a means of controlling undesirable populations, immigrants, people of color, poor people, unmarried mothers, the disabled, the mentally ill. Federally funded sterilization programs took place in 32 states throughout the 20th century. Driven by prejudiced notions of science and social control, the programs informed policies on immigration and segregation. There was the Asexualization Acts that led to the sterilization of more than 20,000 California men and women. Wow. Beginning in 1909 and continuing for 70 years, California led the country in the number of sterilization procedures performed on men and women, often without their full knowledge and consent. Approximately 20,000 sterilizations took place in state institutions, comprising one-third of the total number performed in the 32 states where such action was legal. Wow. Eugenics was a commonly accepted means of protecting society from the offspring and therefore equally suspect of those individuals deemed inferior or dangerous, the poor, the disabled, the mentally ill, criminals, and people of color. More recently, California prisons are said to have authorized sterilizations of nearly 150 female inmates between 2006 and 2010. The state paid doctors $147,460 to perform tubal ligations that former inmates say were done under coercion. Wow, that's interesting. Hello, Chico. You think they should have a public option for healthcare, but not quite single payer? I think there's a lot of different options we can have available. I'm glad to see you were wrong too. David is very, very persistent. It's pretty amazing. Yeah, David has good spirit. He keeps persevering all the time. This is pretty interesting. Thanks for Thank you for telling me all about this. So they did forced sterilization of Native Americans, which persisted into the 1970s and 1980s. Young women received tubal ligations when they were getting appendectomies. And sterilization rates in Puerto Rico are said to be the highest in the world. Wow. Thanks, TLK. Future of education, you think read, write, speak English, math, IT, computers, coding, engineering, astrophysics. That's true. Yeah, but I doubt it's going to happen, Pilot. You're right. You did tell me to watch Vikings, and I never did. It's on Netflix. I'm sure. So, time telling is only taught for about 2 weeks in second grade. Then kids are expected to know it in fourth grade, but a lot come in not knowing how to tell time. So it's a good idea to review time telling with them and multiples of 5 at the same time. I don't believe we're doomed. I believe if you think that we're doomed, you should become part of the solution and not part of the problem. You knew how to use an analog? Well, I would say first and second grade. That's pretty much me, living legend. I would just make sure as I said, would you like some food? I'd be looking around for your car keys and take them so that I know that you aren't driving. You don't like the teachers union? What's the problem with that? Well, do you want me to give you some specific examples of things that you can do? No, you don't have any obligation to help me with my version of a solution, but you can help with your version of a solution. Yeah, and teach the kid to plant an apple tree. Oh, that's interesting to know. You just want to do fun stuff, Bernie? You think everyone should educate themselves? Who taught you to read? I hope you taught yourself to read. That's fantastic. The word tenure makes you want to break things. I agree with you there. And there is not... Tenure has pretty much gone by the wayside. Now teachers, in order to keep, at least in our state, in order for teachers to keep their teaching certificate, at least the ones that weren't, grandfathered in, they have to go through, some of them have to get 150 continuing clock hours every, continuing education hours every 5 years. And then others have to do a professional growth plan every 4 out of 5 years. You think we should have a huge military state and all children, kids at 11 are children, should have a drill sergeant? Yes, I understand what you're saying, Boogie, but actually that's not the case in our state. In our state, they can and do ask teachers to leave who, regardless of how many years they've been in education. So even though there's a union. Good job. Okay, Dano thinks it should be a combination of tenure and quality, but then it comes to a point where the state starts ripping teachers off just to not pay them as much. $57? So it's $39,000 you make in South Carolina with a bonus of $3,500 for not joining the union. Wow. So wait, you're against like public education, but you're upset that parents aren't parenting, so your solution is drill sergeants. Okay, you could create a boarding school with drill sergeants. Some people would pay you to be a drill sergeant for their children because they choose to not parent their children. Yoga, if you aren't stretched correctly, I do know at least one person that did get injured from yoga because they didn't do stretching correctly. So yes, it can be. Just make sure you stretch correctly and it's good for you. Well, yeah, you could you could recruit early and things like that. You wish you were raised like the kid in the Jungle Book, just out in the wild. Too bad that they're kind of getting rid of all of the... Too bad they're getting rid of a lot of the wild places. I think nurture and nature are equally important. I think nurturing a child, I think it's important to build relationships with people. Please stop. And not throwing any dishes around in the background. No. What do you mean about mayoral schools? What are you? I know, I would love for people to teach them the difference between go forth and fourth grade. Well, I think, if you choose to not have a child, I think that's definitely your prerogative. I've chosen to not have a child myself. I still think that it's important to help the children that exist in the world and the people that exist in the world to have a positive influence on the future. Okay, so mayoral control of schools, governance over American schools based on the business model in which the mayor of a city replaces an elected board of education with an appointed board. Oh, so one person's in charge rather than the people being in charge? The people voting for an elected board? I think there was a time where we were rewarding laziness, but I don't think we necessarily are. No, I haven't really heard a lot about mayoral schools. So they have all right, there's some mayoral schools, so I would like to see some research on this. So they have National Leagues of Cities, list of mayor-controlled public schools. Oakland, California, 3 of the 10 local school board members in Oakland are appointed by the mayor, while the remaining 7 are elected. Chicago, Illinois, the local school board members for Chicago are appointed by the mayor. Indiana, 16 local school boards for which members are appointed by the mayor. Baltimore, Maryland. Boston, Massachusetts. New Jersey. New Jersey has 3 types of school boards. Type 2 school boards are either elected or appointed by the mayor or other chief executive officer of the municipality constituting the district. In New York City, 5 of the 13 members are appointed by the 5 borough presidents, and 8 of the 13 members are appointed by the mayor. Yonkers, New York, board members in Yonkers are appointed by the mayor. Cleveland, Ohio. Philadelphia. And Providence, Rhode Island. They're on the rise. You say they're the brightest and the best. Except you don't have brightest. Yes, I know that most places have elections for school boards right along with everything else. Yes, Pennsylvania. You don't believe there's anyone making any decisions there that are of any worth? There was some great decisions made in Pennsylvania many, many moons ago. If you want to say that. Maybe just, instead of saying great, how about historic decisions? Well, except could you please spell brightest correctly? Oh, Pennsylvania does have a kind of a southern way. It depends on where you are in Pennsylvania. No, actually, it really doesn't depend on where you are in Pennsylvania. You're right. Everywhere I've been in Pennsylvania does have that southern mentality. It's true. Well, there's many tests. I like what New York has done with their Engage in New York curriculum. You took a stab at me? Sorry. I mean, you tried to... About Pennsylvania? I do know I'm mostly Southern. I will accept that I'm often the grammar police. True, Bernie. You think that Southern Pennsylvania style is going to go away? I think a lot of it has to do with, there's also, you know, there's a big Mennonite kind of community in parts of Pennsylvania. So I think that has a big influence on it. There's a lot of history in Pennsylvania. I don't know, maybe it's the Appalachians that kind of have those. I have never been to a cool castle in the countryside. I don't really think that they have a lot of cool castles in the countryside in the United States of America. The only kind of thing that might get close to a castle, I think they have some castles in Connecticut, but I've never been there. Yeah, TLK. It was weird. I drove through Pennsylvania this one time, and for some reason, I was driving in the back roads of Pennsylvania. Not on Highway 80, not on Highway 90. It was the back road, and it's just because my navigation system took me that way. And it was this town that was like birthplace of the conservative movement. It was kind of strange. Was it Silent Hill? Maybe. I don't know. It was just a strange little place. It was. But then I visited Philadelphia when I was a kid. And we went and saw the Liberty Bell back in the day when you could actually touch the Liberty Bell. I've heard that you can't anymore, but I'm not sure on that because I haven't been back since. But my sister actually put her finger in the crack of the Liberty Bell, and right across the street they have like bells go off every hour. And I was so little that I thought like the Liberty Bell was gonna ring and my sister's fingers were gonna get smashed. It's kind of a funny one. I think maybe it's Allentown. I don't know. It was a very strange place. I know David took a video of it. Yeah, you're 80 years old. You're doing fantastic. Chatting on a chat room about 80 years old. 80 years old. That's amazing. I don't have any coupons that I would like to share with you. No. I do want to cut my hair though. Just like a foot like to here. I think that would be good. Maybe even here. Then it will still be long. Yeah, Allentown, isn't that, yeah, Billy Joel's song? Don't do that, you do that. I think it's a good idea because, you know, it's like, it'll still be long enough to be cool. Just want to get rid of this. Maybe I'll just cut this part off. That's 6 inches, but then that's not long enough to donate. That's why I want to cut off a foot so then I can donate it. I'll get a ruler. It won't be that long. It'll just be a foot. Whatever a foot is. Alright, shall we go back to trivia? We've got sidetracked enough and I muted guests. since you grew up there, you never knew Pennsylvania was kind of big, kind of important, kind of the birthplace of the American country. Yeah. All right, Ace Fan. For you. Okay, what do you want to talk about discount? Your telomeres are long. That's a good thing. Then maybe you will live long. Because I always have this feeling like we need to do something to like keep our telomeres from breaking down. There's like, yeah, oil is pretty good. There's this like soy. There's this stuff I used to get which would be good. Oil came from Pennsylvania first. Wow. That's very good. Oh yeah, we're not going to talk about what Discount Double Dave wants to talk about, so we'll go back to anthropology, psychology, sociology. History does get lost over time. I don't think we need to do that, TLK. I disagree. I think that we need to protect the people. The planet will be here no matter what. Alright, here's a clue. What is a government or society in which citizens who display superior achievement are rewarded with positions of leadership? Where all citizens have the opportunity to be recognized and advanced in proportion to their abilities and accomplishments. I'm not going to get a DNA check, no. Then my DNA will go into some weird database that the NSA will be like trying to replicate and make. Maybe they'll try to make clones of me. Not a democracy. The ideal of this has become controversial because of its association with the use of tests of intellectual ability, such as the Scholastic Aptitude Test, to regulate admissions to elite colleges and universities. Many contend that an individual's performance on these tests reflect his or her social class and family environment more than ability. Buckra has it right. A meritocracy where you're rewarded. Gold star for you. Gold star for you. Gold star for you. You did it. Gold star. I'm not going to send you my DNA, no. A meritocracy. Bringing out the big words. It would be nice to have a bunch of clones of me. Then we could really test the nature versus nurture theory. Yay, you. All right. New clue. What is the interior regions of the United States as distinguished from the East Coast and West Coast? It's associated with conservative traditional values in politics, religion, and culture. Close enough, Anderson Cooper. Except meritocracy does not imply to each according to his needs. They called it Middle America. Middle America. All right, new clue. What is a social and economic class composed of those more prosperous than the poor, or lower class, and less wealthy than the upper class? It's sometimes as loosely used to refer to the bourgeoisie. Chico is right. The term is often applied to white collar as opposed to blue collar workers. Good job, Chico. Values commonly associated with the middle class include a desire for social respectability and material wealth, and an emphasis on the family and education. Were you actually born in trailer, Chico? I know. The rich are getting richer, the poor are getting poorer, and the middle class is being exterminated. So sad, Buckra. Oh, then don't call yourself that. No. Think of yourself as awesome, Buckra. And Chico. Think of yourself as awesome, Chico. Hello, Steve WV. Let's do some West Virginian trivia. No, I don't know. It's not really West Virginian. Just some trivia. Alright, it's anthropology, psychology, sociology. What is a marriage between two people who come from different cultural, national, racial, ethnic, or religious backgrounds? Often, such marriages must withstand the scrutiny of both partners' families and social communities. Like Awesome Carl does. Buckra has it correct again. Good job, Buckra. You're rocking tonight. A mixed marriage. Oh, your mind went to the arranged marriage, but that's kind of like the opposite of a mixed marriage. All right. New. What is a form of marriage in which one man is united with one woman? Yay, you. Yes. $826 was so close, but Chico and Buckra have it correct. Monogamy. Yeah, I agree. West Virginia is pretty cool. Well, have I ever been to West Virginia? No, actually, I have not been to West Virginia. I have, however, been to Virginia, and I like Virginia a lot, and I've been to Tennessee. You have the internet and everything in West Virginia. It's pretty nice. All right. Okay. What are the customs and manners of a social group or culture? They often serve as moral guidelines for acceptable behavior, but are not necessarily religious or ethical. Yes, Buckra. Again, mores. Mores. It's moral guidelines. Mores, moral guidelines. What is the growth of muscular coordination in a child? The growth of muscular coordination in a child. And see, teachers have to study this in college. Most teachers know this.
Okay, thank you very much. You're done. Thank you. Great break. I made you some dinner. Fantastic. Oh, get out of here. You allow this person in here?
It is.
Thank you.
It is. I got it.
I got it.
I got it.
You got it.
Thank you. So the answer is motor development, which is the growth of muscular coordination in a child, and we have to know the difference between fine motor and gross motor.
Really? Fine motor and gross motor. Gross motor would be simple skills.
So, for instance, a kid that can do a jumping jack has gross motor skills, or a kid that can like hop has gross motor skills, but a kid that can cut in a straight line has fine motor skills.
There you go. Fine motor skills would be good for artists.
Yeah, in order to actually write the alphabet, kids have to have fine motor skills, fine motor development.
Excellent.
And then you have to have gross motor skills in order to like run a marathon. It's those big muscles, basically the big muscles versus the small muscles.
Yeah.
Sometimes, DLK, sometimes. Your mom she was in neurology, like, as a patient?
Yeah, she has low motor development at the moment. Yeah, I can take over for you if you want to take a break. I made a beautiful dinner, a baked potato, half-baked potato with butter, in a pan with a shrimp dish.
I would say sneezing is neither gross motor nor fine motor, because sneezing is an autonomic
nervous system, basically.
is an autonomic thing.
It takes over, you can't control it. No, the potato was a baked Burbank potato.
I didn't eat today.
You don't have to eat anything.
Okay, good.
No, there's nothing. You can just keep it on the stove. Just make sure it's turned off. I think I turned it off.
Okay, I'll turn it off.
Make sure it is turned off. Yeah. Thank you so much. Sarah was great tonight. Thank you. Fantastic the way she gives you guys information and has to deal with attacks too in our show. Isn't that sad? I don't look like anybody. Why do you say I look like somebody? She learned us. Yeah, you got learned, Sarah style. She's patient with you too, so you don't have to worry too much about, missing something. If you are ready for a better teacher, eventually we'll have robotic teachers who can teach some of you guys how to get a girlfriend. Yeah, she'll be able to communicate with you and tell you what you're doing wrong. The robot will say, "Hello. Try to make me excited." And you'll say, "Oh, yeah, hey, baby. You're turning me off." 92.7% of women do not respond to direct proposition. You had a robot for 10 years, drove you nuts. Yeah, I can see how that would happen. It's not easy being, involved in a robot relationship. It gets kind of, digital. He told you where you live. Okay. We don't have religion in government except through the marriage contract. So when I removed marriage as a priority for states, I'm just going to recommend every state not provide marriage licenses and cut the cost of their operation. Yeah, simple as that. Keeping the marriage option on the table through the religion you're involved in. Every spiritual member of every pastor will have a document that will make it official, but it won't be registered by the government. There's no need for the government to know you're married unless you want to file as a joint tax return, which technically gives you about a 15% increased tax. So it's not really that beneficial. A lot of people are getting divorced and living with each other because they get more benefits, Social Security benefits, lower taxes. So just tell the states that there's no real reason to have a marriage contract. Yeah, I mean, if you go to a pastor and they bond you the connubial love that you feel, and they read you your vows, do you take this person to be your lawful wedded? It won't be lawful, it'll be your spiritually blender drink. Do you take this man to be your protein shake? I think robots will begin to take shape in our world rather quickly. And what happens, I am the man of 1,000 voices, yes. I can do 1,000 voices at least. But I get over here and I start talking like this. I met this woman named Nancy Cartwright. And she was this, I couldn't believe it, she was 20 years old. She looked 12 when I met her. And she ended up becoming the voice of Bart Simpson. I met her at Sproul Hall in her dorm, and she was sitting there with her dollies. And she was 20 years old. I was 17. I said, "Hi, my name's David." "Hi, my name's Nancy." "Really? Okay. How are you?" Because somebody introduced me. Because I do voices, and they said, "Oh yeah, she does voices." She's worth $66 million now from all the money she made from Scientology and, from all the money she made from Simpsons. I'm sure she spent a lot of that with Scientology. But yeah, Nancy Cartwright, I met her when she was 20. I couldn't believe it. She looked like a 12-year-old, and she was playing with her dollies. And she would go, and this little dolly says, "Oh, hi, I'm oh, really, oh, no." It's like, wait a second, you're playing with dollies and you're in college? I just couldn't, it didn't compute. And I realized, oh my gosh. She became so popular as Bart that she became an instant millionaire and a multimillionaire now. But that's assuming Scientology didn't get some of that money. All right, I'm in no way endorsing Scientology or any other religion here at any given time. Well, let's be clear. Barack Obama said to Michelle right after they finished and when they passed the torch to, Trump and his babysitter? Yeah. It became obvious that something was up when Barack Obama said, "We did it." And he said to Michelle, "We did it." That's suspicious, I think, /Gaston. We did it. What do? You screwed the American people over, Barack and Michelle. Yeah. Or Michael, as we lovingly call him, the transgender first lady. I mean, I can't believe this country is in the position it's in right now. We're bent over, grabbing our ankles, and greasing up. And Russia's ready to stick it in. I keep it on. I'm trying to keep it on. I try to mute the douche. What? Mute the douche. Oh, they don't care about you, I know. Yeah, he dropped the torch on the porch and stepped on a plane to vacation on some island. I know. Well, have you ever heard of the bend over America, grab your ankles? Yeah, there's an old underground cartoon. Grab your ankles, America. Yep. Underground cartoon. Underground comic. Why is it I can never find the Grab Your Ankles America underground comic? I have it in my collection. I just don't, it's just never here. When search engines are worthless, I'd much rather have a stack of papers. Okay, so you got the whole thing. Let me read up on what happened when I was gone. At least 100 dead in suspected chemical attack in Syria. We got that. We reported that. Trump got rid of the web browsing privacy rules. He basically doesn't want you to have any privacy at all. So he succeeded there. He's doing the bidding of the New World Order. And then hacking secret dossiers probes a timeline of Trump's ties to Russia. That looks interesting. And that is not a... Oh, yes, it is a video. 2 minutes. Back to you in Chatland. No, right. The Instaban. Syria is going to get whatever they get. I mean, the people of Syria are fleeing.
I saw her campaign manager, I don't know his title, Mook. I saw him on television. And they asked him about Russia and the hacking. By the way, if they hacked, they probably have her 33,000 emails. I hope they do. They probably have her 33,000 emails that she lost and deleted, because you'd see some beauties there. I never met Putin. I don't know who Putin is. He said one nice thing about me. He said I'm a genius. I said thank you very much to the newspaper, and that was the end of it. I never met Putin. I don't know anything about him other than he will respect me. He doesn't respect our president. And if it is Russia, which is probably not, nobody knows who it is, but if it is Russia, it's really bad for a different reason, because it shows how little respect they have for our country when they would hack into a major party and get everything. But it would be interesting to see. I will tell you this. Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. Putin has said things over the last...
Okay, so he asked Putin and Russia to hack Hillary's emails. That's it's a gross violation of it's espionage. He's asking Russia to commit espionage. I don't care about Susan Rice. She's a kind of a fleck, kind of a non-issue. Trump can say all he wants about the wiretapping. He can't produce credible information to back it up. Hearsay is not going to cut it. And frankly, does it even matter? I mean, if he was being wiretapped, he was violating the Logan Act. Why wouldn't he be wiretapped? I mean, hello. It was sarcasm? Okay. Now you look at our president, then you say this guy, I think, what could have been? Yes, TLK, correct. I'm pretty much ready to go. I was ready to go 8 years ago. You know, I did a video 8 years ago showing my efforts to get out there. I did 500 straight hours to try to break the back of this corrupt system that we've got in our country. And I found a pathway to do it. And that was doing a daily show. But it didn't work out, and I was completely censored. I knew then I was censored. But here I was 8 years ago, talking about my hybrid car that I bought, and it still looks new today.
Hi. Good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is, in fact, day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount. And we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle. It's not a plug-in hybrid. That's something I want to build at the U.S. Auto Corporation that I want you, the people, to own. Check out this vehicle. Isn't that a beautiful car? Everywhere we go, we get looks. One of the reasons people look at us is we get about 60 miles per gallon, which is really nice. We've been across the country a few times campaigning, and this vehicle is truly a dream to drive. It's a little bit tough on...
We are here now. We are processing information. I just got a link from... Yeah, I got a real bad Okay, it was a nerve gas attack in Syria. We've got new links here coming in from a link we just got from Occupy Democrats. Let's take a look. Scissorfied, I read what you said, very appropriate. You said that Trump just gave the green light to gas, for Assad to gas people. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. North Korea is firing a projectile off the ocean. Okay, we're bringing that in. And Trump-ISIS taunt. Okay. ISIS officially taunts Trump, ending a conspicuous silence. I believe that ISIS is still run and operated out of our own secret clandestine government operation and connected to the Mossad. I still contend that. I believe this constant just saber rattling of war coming from both the Democrats and Republicans over the many years against ISIS has just been a charade. And they're taunting his ending a conspicuous silence. Yeah, well, I don't want to even play into this article but let's watch a little of the graphic violence here.
Phosphate attack. This patient behind me has got pinpoint people.
Okay, now this came from Scissor Fight. I want his response. Scissor Fight, what do you think? You think it's real? What's your take on it? Looks pretty real to me. My solution for Syria is to recognize that this is probably a hit by ISIS, an unknown terrorist group, probably funded through various sick channels. I don't think that Assad did this. There is no chemical weapons in Syria. They've already proven that. The UN had a complete inspection. So Scissor Fight is 80% real. Zellfire is 90% real. Okay, thanks. I wanted you guys to pipe in on this. It looks real to me too. I didn't want to belabor the point, but yeah, there's... Okay, let me just say, you put a tinder box together, put all kinds of flammable ingredients, and then you light fires around it. What's going to happen? Frankenstein says it looks like archive footage. Interesting. Scissor Fight is a guy who presents a lot of links here. He's one of our strong supporters in the room. He's done a lot of great work for us. He does great music too. No, I'm just trying to tell you that ISIS is a confabulation of our government when they no longer had Al-Qaeda to blame. They had to pull their zip cord, and that zip cord was to take out Osama bin Laden, which, by the way, didn't happen. Okay, go for it. Dig away. You're always good at digging into this stuff, Scissor Fight. Thank you. So, we are a little bit concerned that a lot of this stuff is to promote more war. The primary trigger is this fear of terrorism. So, yeah, bin Laden is alive, according to Edward Snowden. He said that bin Laden is living in the Bahamas. And I might remind you that we never did get a picture of Osama bin Laden's dead body. And nobody had a camera on the Carl Vinson. 4,000 people couldn't take a picture of his body being thrown overboard. So a lot of BS is coming out of our government, and the CIA has been pulling this constant BS story just to cover up their tracks. With the CIA, it's just damage control. And all they're doing is just covering up major mistakes as they go along. The history of the CIA, in my opinion, is the history of the Nazi Party. There is no difference. I see the Nazis embedded in our country and the formation of the CIA and the IRS occurring at the same time. So I look at this from a completely different perspective than the two parties. Not at all. I look at this very simply. ISIS is a confabulation of our government. No, well, the Russian hacking and BS isn't a confabulation. We have traces to all the different players that Trump had in his cabinet, dating back all the way to 2013. The Russian involvement has been dating back to 2013. They literally made Trump their puppet president. Now we have a problem because the Justice Department won't give him full authority, and we are about ready to ramp up into a war with either North Korea and Syria because of Trump's ineptitude. Why did you choose to have a person with a subpar intelligence to become your president when I'm the originator of the ideas that he used to get elected? I just can't believe you're this stupid. But you come into our show every time, you Trump-tards, and go, well, I don't understand why Trump isn't... No, I know that their Russian hacking has occurred. The FBI and CIA have both signed off on this. They know for a fact. Trump is... I think we should call this the Trushian administration of Donald Trump. Okay? I'm the originator of this. I'm putting it in print right now. The Trushian administration of Donald Trump. So yeah, there you have it. It's not that hard to figure it out. They aren't very smart, are they, Frupps? Thank you. They kind of are dense beyond belief. They're the kind of people that would probably buy something because they said, it cleans and makes it bright and shiny, and you, if you buy it, you'll make lots of people happy. They're the mindset of these people. They believe anything some liar like Trump is going to tell them. The Trushian government, the Trushian administration of Donald Trump. All right, you're the man, Thought. Come back later. Is there something wrong, Pilot? Am I not appeasing you? You want to talk about Maxine Waters impeaching Trump and Putin invading Korea? It's crazy, all the things that are happening right now, all because Trump put it in motion. We could have calmed down and opened up channels of communication. Oh, but no, you wanted some my way or the highway asshole as your president. I would never call myself a Democrat anymore. The Democratic Party became a bunch of limousine liberal suckasses that all they do is spend and tax. When that happened, I walked out of that party and said, I'm out of here. I'm a fiscal conservative, but I still care about the homeless, I care about the environment, and I definitely want to end war. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt Putin's going to invade Korea. Why not? Putin has his own agenda, and he's working very quickly to make that manifest. Owning Trump was one of those little pegs on that agenda. Yeah, the whole country is not very. Yeah, we're not very smart. We elected Trump, didn't we? And it wasn't even us. Apparently, the Russians were involved in making over 300 websites, all trying to go attack Hillary. There's all these websites out there that the Russians made, looking like U.S. sites, like RT does, and all it was to attack Hillary. Now, I'm not a big Hillary fan. I think she should be prosecuted. The Democrats don't care about the homeless. No. They just shut down your homeless shelter. Exactly. Thank you. Now Trump blames Obama for the chemical attack in Syria. When he himself was endorsing Assad, didn't know what to do. Now he's completely lost. I would have backed out of Syria and just said, hey, Russia, handle it. You've been doing it for decades. Why are we there? And they did a pretty good job of dealing with 400 regions, using military might to control flare-ups. But Aleppo had been taken over by the rebels, and those rebels were funded by the U.S. So we funded the takeover of Aleppo, and we led to this. For all we know, our government may have authorized or sanctioned ISIS to dump Syrian chemicals on these people. We don't know that. There's no discovery here. There's no investigation. Now Trump is blaming Obama for the Syrian chemical attack. I hate reading these Zero Hedge articles because they're so wordy. We all know that the Syrian attack on chemicals was not true back in 2013. The catalyst used by the U.S. to intervene in the Syrian conflict, which started in the aftermath of the Arab Spring, was a YouTube clip alleging showing a sarin gas attack by Assad troops on his own people, which reportedly led to hundreds of casualties. Reportedly. And that was never verified. But in January, reported that a still unpublished report by international investigators said Assad and his brother are responsible for the use of chemical weapons in the Syrian conflict. And a joint inquiry of the United Nations Global Watchdog had previously identified only military units and did not name any commanders for a ship. We suggested at the time that this was a rehearsal for another imminent chemical attack. You know, I'm of the belief that Zero Hedge and Breitbart are both working for the CIA now. I don't buy into any of this. Sorry. BS. We have more than enough evidence to conclude that the Syrian attack originally was not intentionally done by Assad. In fact, it didn't happen. There was very scant evidence of 1,300 people killed then. We're wondering if this is real. It looks real. 3 reasons why reports of a Syrian chemical attack on Idlib are fake news. Really. So things are bobbling up, talking about fake news, possibly this being fake. We'll find out, yeah. Don't kid yourself. This is something our government's led us into war for the stupidest reasons. Like George W. Bush starting a war against Iraq, and nobody was named an attacker in the 9/11 Commission report from Iraq. Are you having a conversation with somebody about the Fight Club? Yeah, so Frankenstein's suggesting it might be archive footage. Thank you, Frankenstein. Yeah, so 3 reasons. Let's take a look here. The weapons of mass destruction. Yeah, we'll find out from PK. Could be a lot of garbage. Go back to the story. It's by Tyler Durden. Yeah, is that a fake name? The footage was shot of the moon landing site. That's pretty funny. You want me to click that link? Venezuela, police fire pepper spray at Venezuelan protesters. Things are ramping up in Venezuela with all the suffering. Fight Club, you say? It's a made-up name? That would be pretty funny. Yeah, the narrator, also known as Tyler Durden. Fight Club Wiki. With soapmaker, he forms a fight club with soapmaker Tyler Durden, played by Pitt. Okay, so that story from Zero Hedge, check this out. That's interesting. Thank you. That is really interesting. Tyler Durden. Okay, if this wasn't a CIA cover story, seriously, I don't trust Zero Hedge anymore. Look at that. They used a fake name. And the picture of Tyler Durden, the guy in the fictional Fight Club. Yeah, so the CIA is pumping stuff through Zero Hedge now and through Breitbart, so you can't trust that news. Wow. Thank you for alerting me to that. You see how powerful a chat is? Yeah. They're just constantly fomenting war, these CIA people. That's all they do. Why wouldn't you and Sarah just travel the world and enjoy all the beautiful sights? What's the point? It's over. You give up that easy? Wow. No wonder you Trump-tards are such traitors. Yeah, thank you. Well, you did a good one there. I'm a living legend. Yeah, so... Wow, DT Laura said wow, yeah. Poorly executed chemical attack. All right. False flag hits Syria again. So now the story's popping up about a false flag in Syria. But geopolitics.com is, I don't know, that's a loosely connected site. Western media and al-Nusra terrorist actors posed against humanitarian white helmets in the ground in Syria are at it again. Dozens reportedly killed in a sarin gas attack. Syria airstrikes hit the rebel city. Attack. CNN itself is admitting that the event happened in the rebel-held city of Khan Shaykhun in Idlib province, and that's a problem. Another problem for CNN and the rest of the terror propaganda is that this latest production, like anything else that's been produced and peddled in the past, is very poorly executed. Okay. I saw a clip saying it was in Aleppo, sorry. I'm not Gary Johnson. I don't know a lot more than... no, actually, I know more than he does about Aleppo. Crackhead named Shelton Wilton. Yeah, so they're using fake names to push out stories on Zero Hedge and Breitbart. So Breitbart and Zero Hedge became completely controlled by the CIA government block of false media. I'll be darned. And here you guys are relying on Zero Hedge all this time. You know, I believe Breitbart was really good at one time, but then kind of lost track of where it was going, especially when the Steve Bannon took over. You know, the guy, the right-hand man of Trump, who is registered to vote in 2 states, which is a felony. Yeah, isn't that amazing? Ivanka's registered to vote in 2 states, too. But what's interesting about Breitbart is he really did want to find out about Pizzagate. He was one of the first guys to even talk about it. Ironically. His effort was not even noted in the press at the time, and then he died. But Breitbart would be rolling over in his grave if he knew that Steve Bannon just totally blew off the whole Pizzagate story about Podesta allegedly being involved. And he also totally blew off the idea of pursuing Barack Obama's birth certificate issue. Steve Bannon doesn't talk about it. Donald Trump doesn't talk about it. It's pretty obvious. So what are you doing, Mr. Podesta?
This is a concerted effort. This is a concerted effort. Politics of personal destruction. Fuck you, John Podesta.
All right, well, you see where I'm coming from.
Okay, yeah.
When I talk, that's because I am interested in this ongoing whatever the hell they're doing.
What's in your closet, John Podesta? Big Podesta? Big Soros? Do you want us to play these games? Because we're playing to win.
Yeah, so Breitbart did these things that were really, really important, and Steve Bannon doesn't do dilly squat. He's an insider with Trump's administration, sucking off the Kissinger dick and the Russian dick. Did I say that? I'm sorry. I meant metaphorically. I don't mean literally. Being I'm young and youthful and ready to go, I'm the guy for 2020. I had to say it. I'm sorry, but there's something wrong with the Trump cabinet. It's all screwed up. It's a simple concept to focus on. I've always been focusing on the future. Well, you know, I don't give up. I don't believe that the American people are really being dealt a full deck. I think we've been partially dropped in our IQ because of fluoride contamination in 67% of our water. That's a fact, Jack. The chemicals they dump on our heads, God knows what's in there, lithium or who knows. No, seriously. So, I mean, when you look at the event of political participation and wonder why is America so apathetic, there's your answer. Yeah, Hank Jr. flies in his shows, does 90 minutes, never speaks to the musicians, and leaves and goes back to Bama. Hank Jr. Well, the guests don't know what to do. I mean, even the trolls and haters don't know what to do. They're starting to see that I've been right all along. Yes, I will reopen the Nancy Schaefer investigation. Absolutely. She and her husband died, murder, suicide. I don't think so. They were both killed. And we're going to be going after this guy named William Fain, wherever the hell he is. I want to talk to him. When I become president, I'll be looking at William Fain and what happened to the videotape that Nancy Schaefer handed him. Over 2.5 hours was edited. He didn't get any of it on tape, never produced a documentary, and it was all gone. Nancy Schaefer was the state senator in Georgia who exposed the dangers of the CPS network and how it was affecting child molestation. They were enabling molesters. Like the CPS organization in Long Island, New York, White Plains, the CPS worker there gave a known pedophile 104 boys to brutally, anally molest over a 7-year period, even though there were complaints about the guy. And that CPS officer didn't lose his job. Yeah, that's just one example of CPS enabling pedophiles. Yeah. White Plains, New York. Yeah, look it up. Thing is, by the time he realized it was too late. Well, no, he kept enabling the guy. I think they had 8 complaints, and he kept bringing boys to the guy's foster care home, and the guy was making $1,200 a month per boy from the government, and then having anal sex with the boys, molesting them, turning their whole lives upside down, forcing them into sex acts. He used all the money he got from CPS to buy little toys to lure boys into various compromising positions. It's horrible. And this stuff is going on all the time. CPS doesn't self-regulate. I'm telling you, I will literally go after CPS. I will dissolve CPS by the end of the 4 years, and we will replace it with modern-day orphanages and integrate local police departments into a new program. We're going to have sensitivity training for all police departments in every city that takes federal dollars in the U.S. And we will also develop a strategy to get modern-day orphanages out there integrated with local law enforcement to help family problems. So social workers may be a job not too prevalent in the U.S. coming up. You may be migrating to law enforcement. But anyone working in the CPS organization is going to be fired, except for the people that are in the transition team. And David Nation's one of them. We're going to make sure David Nation has a place on my team. He's going to be elevated. Yeah, he works at CPS. There's no wig here, man. This is my real hair. No, I'm pretty consistent. I believe the New World Order is in charge of the Russian mobs, and I think the Russian mobs are manipulating Vladimir Putin because he likes money. I think Putin is a nationalist, and he truly wants to have Russia's independence, and he wants more control over other countries that were former satellite nations of the Soviet Union. I don't know much about Putin other than the fact that he's done a pretty good job of stabilizing Russia's economy. I mean, on an up note. I don't have to have a system serviced. I'm good. No, I don't stink. I believe the New World Order is in charge of the Russian mobs who have a great effect on Putin. Much like corporate interests and Donald Trump and Russian mobs are affecting our politics today. I think the Russian mobs really are the arm of the New World Order. They are the ones who are most owned by the monetary elitists, so therefore they'd be the most vulnerable to their manipulation, extortion, bribery, blackmail. So when Donald Trump allowed Betsy DeVos to bribe him with $9.5 million and the government didn't charge him with bribery, he should be spending time with Rod Blagojevich right now in a jail cell, Donald Trump. Well, we have a problem with the Russian infestation. I'm not just blaming Trump. It's been going on with Podesta and Clinton. Oh, yeah. Why do you think I represent a third party? Because I somehow support Hillary or Donald? I mean, get your head on straight, folks. I've been building this third party for 8 years because of this problem that you're seeing manifest in front of you every day. I wouldn't doubt that Susan Rice cooked the books and spied on conservatives. Doesn't surprise me at all. Susan Rice has got a lot of answering to do. Susan Rice.
I didn't hit one. You can hit one, Tony.
Hello? Yeah, nobody's. Susan Rice invested in Iran. Get that. She has personal financial investments in Iran. So does John Kerry. Why would we allow somebody at such a high post to invest in a country that is clearly our enemy? No, we don't take your calls anymore, man. What is your problem? Apparently your mother never told you no. She just kept putting a teat in front of your mouth to suck on it. Yeah, you just don't take no for an answer, buddy. You will never be allowed in my show again. That's it. You blew your opportunity. Yeah. This guy got everything he wanted in life. Mom probably paid his education to go to college and pretend like he was going to be a voiceover artist. You know, he probably jumped through all the hoops just to graduate from college. Probably bribed his he probably bought his tests. Yeah, he's not the smartest guy on the block either. No creativity. Who am I talking about? You'll never know. I notice how I didn't mention a single name. Okay, 3 reasons why reports of a Syrian chemical weapons attack on Idlib are fake. Yeah. Number 1, Syria does not have chemical weapons. It's been proven. I said that. Not only did the Syrian government deny using chemical weapons, but they released a statement stating that the Syrian military has not and does not use them, not in the past, not in the future, because it does not have them in the first place. Russia did not conduct any airstrikes on Idlib. So that's a fake story too. And number 3, fake news with fake sources. Okay, well, you know, I'm not still sure whether those looked like pretty serious deaths going on. Children were laying out all red. It didn't look fake, but we'll see. Yeah, Obama's administration was inept, derelict, and treasonous. Exactly why Trump should be prosecuting Obama right now, but he's not doing that, is he? No. He doesn't care anymore about Hillary Clinton and all of her misdeeds. He won't even go after that. So Donald Trump is basically a puppet, and you Trump-tards are maybe starting to realize this. Russia is reporting that a rebel warehouse they bombed had gas. Well, it's possible. And maybe they bombed a rebel warehouse with gas. That does not surprise me. There you have it. Oh, I'm scared. Not. Maxine Waters is just doing what any person in her position can do. I respect the fact that she's trying to get Trump impeached. I think it's great. She wants Trump arrested. Retro eco cars. The best fuel sippers of the past. And guess what's the number 1 on the list? Our car. Sarah and I both have one of these cars. Isn't that cool? A Honda Insight. Hey, the best non-hybrid, the Chevy Sprint. It's got a really good fuel injection system that gets great gas mileage. It gets 44 mpg in the city and 53 on the highway, this little Sprint. I wonder what year that is. 1986, 87, 88. If you want to find a Chevy Sprint, 86, 87, 88, that would be the high mileage solution. And of course the VW Rabbit pickup. I love the diesel when it came out. They are very valuable. People run biodiesel on those things. The Geo Metro XFI. Yeah, that was a good little... Yeah. They said take a Geo Metro, rip out everything but the seats, cover the wheel with well openings, and detune the engine for a top speed of 50 and you're there. They say the Geo Metro could be retooled to get 100 miles per gallon. Well, that pretty much solves my reality check on Truth Tuesday. They're purposely keeping our vehicles at 30 miles per gallon. You spelled sense as sense, yeah. Bidenheim hasn't shown up in a while, yeah. You can't have my baby. My genetic material is locked in a lock box. You know, I don't want to in any way ever send... Don't ever say that in the show. Thank you. It acts like a threat, and I'm going to purge you, but it's not. You're not making an outright threat, but it sounds like a threat, and I don't want you threatening anybody. What? Oh my God! About my genetic material is locked in a lockbox. Yeah, no, you got that. Oh, good. You were paying attention. I know. I want to see The Last Man on Earth. I can't wait to see it. Let's talk about Pizzagate for a bit. Yeah, last night we played in the wee hours from 1 to 2 in the morning. This man who was threatened by Alefantis, he claims.
Hello guys, this is Ryan with PizzagateGear.com.
And he claims that Alefantis called him and got him on the phone, or he called Alefantis, and the guy claimed he was, well, I'll let you hear from him. This is after he did a video about the kill room, which is underneath the Pegasus Museum, owned by Alefantis.
Into me, but he basically said he was going to kill me, kill my mom, kill my girlfriend, kill my son. He's going to sue me. He's going to send me to prison. All these things. The call lasted about 3 minutes, but it was literally him for 2 minutes berating me. And then I kind of like, I don't know. I didn't know what to do in that situation, but I was kind of like, I wasn't trying to hurt anybody,
Yeah, he's the guy that did the video, the really good investigative journalism about the all the back paperwork on the kill room that was, found underneath Pegasus Museum. He found it.
Hi guys, this is Ryan with PizzaGateGear.com. We have a super exciting breakthrough here. As y'all have all seen this video, or this picture right here, we've been working on trying to find the kill room and where it is. And we're 99% sure we know exactly where it is. So guys, I want to look at this picture, and I want you to bring your attention to the circle. And
he identified the circle in that brick back there, and then he connected the dots, and he put all this together. The experts in this field do not know where the killing of children is going on. They just suspect this area underneath the ground, below Pegasus Museum. But again, this is all alleged, and none of this is going anywhere, because I heard they've got one of the bids on Trump's wall is to add solar panels and make a tourist attraction. A tourist attraction. It's just, I don't know. That's not my idea to create a tourist attraction at the wall. All right, whatever. But it is my idea to use solar panels. Yeah. I know. I talked about turning the Guantanamo into a prison tourism location to ensure that people wouldn't be waterboarded unnecessarily, and people, who are really concerned about human rights could see people in their natural environment. There's cells from above. You could just go visit Guantanamo. Like, imagine, it's like Club Med, but it'd be more like Club Fed, Visit beautiful Guantanamo Island and witness human rights being supported by our prison guards. Yeah. Watch the prisoners properly handled without waterboarding and unnecessary misuse of their human rights. See how all 3 Geneva Conventions are being honored at Guantanamo. And then we'd use the money that the prison tourists generate to finance the operation of the prison. That was my idea. And if you want to ride the waterboard ride and feel what it's like to be waterboarded one time only, because I would only allow 1 waterboarding per person. Because beyond that, you don't get any truth. It's a waste of time. So both teams lost tonight? Okay, well, who's winning? Duke? You really want this country to become parts of Europe? Well, so does the New World Order. We're not going to allow that happen. I don't support a New World Order. BMW is pulling advertising for Bill O'Reilly. Apparently they don't like the slant of his news coverage. And Allstate flee from Bill O'Reilly's Fox News show over sexual harassment cases. 14 advertisers pulled out of Fox News. Fallout over Bill O'Reilly's history of sexual harassment cases. So Mercedes and Hyundai pulled out this week. He's losing advertisers left and right. New York Times reports O'Reilly settled 5 sexual harassment lawsuits against the host. Wow. Women accused him of verbal abuse, unwanted advances, and calling them while he appeared to be masturbating. Wow. Oh my goodness. This is from the AP and Daily News video. Okay. Wow. Okay. That's pretty crazy. And you know, David Rockefeller's grandson, Mark Zuckerberg, is having another baby. She's a doctor, I understand. Priscilla Chan announced the news. Yeah, so she's... Boy, is he really... He doesn't have any on-screen personality. You notice that? No, I will not go base jumping with you in Dubai. I'm sorry. I think it's time to get pitted. You know, I've been in the middle of a massive wave, tumbling. I've had some pretty wild experiences as a young guy. I was 6 or 7 years old and my dad took me surfing in California. And this video really typifies the kind of waves that I encountered in the beautiful state of California. Back when the waves were not radioactive.
But the park is still flooded, so you'll see kids out there again.
Some of those kids today will be my co-hosts.
Just like, dude, you got the best barrels ever, dude. Just like you pull in, you just get spit right out of them. Spit right out of them. You just drop in, just smack the lip. And then after that, you just drop in, drop down, step up, drop down, step up. Ride the barrel and get pitted. Ride the barrel and get ride the barrel and get pitted. So pitted. Ride the barrel and get pitted. Ride the barrel and get ride the barrel and get pitted. So pitted. Step up. Dude, you got the best barrels ever, dude. Just like you pull in, you just get spit right out of them. Spit right out of them. You just drop in, just smack the lip. And then after that, you just drop in, drop down, step up, drop down, drop down. Ride the barrel and get pitted. Ride the barrel and get ride the barrel and get pitted. So pitted, pitted, pitted. Ride the barrel and get pitted. So pitted, pitted.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you an important announcement. The solar system is still out there. It hasn't changed. Okay, we are here now, right now, giving you a live feed. Here we go. Back at you. Okay, you want to watch us any time of the day without interruption? You can always catch our show in archive or live at americasthirdparty.com. No, I don't want to dance right now. I'm still digesting my 2,500 calories. Yeah. No, my parents both had a pretty rough life. My dad was, he died from Roundup exposure. And my mother passed away from just abusing herself with the wrong kind of medicines. Alcohol was a slight issue with my mother. But mostly it was cigarettes. Yeah. She grew up in the 40s when people smoked and drank, you know. Actually in the 30s. So I don't have the interview without the music right now, except it is within a few seconds of my fingertips, if that's... Oh, that's okay. My mother, you know, they lived a full life. They lived the average lifespan. My father and mother lived to be the average lifespan.
Oh, bro, it's just like, dude, you get the best barrels ever, dude. Just like you pull in and you just get spit right out of them. And you just drop in and just smack the lip. drop down, snap, and then after that, you just drop in, you just ride the barrel and get pitted, so pitted like that.
Yeah, I mean, he proved out to be more intelligent than our previous president, and almost more intelligent than our current president, although we're not really sure how intelligent he is, because right now the Trussian administration of Donald Trump is not very smart. So, but our previous president is living the life, fandango. He's doing whatever he wants, and apparently nobody's outed Michelle as being a transgender yet. So, she's strapped her man tool down and she's ready for action. She might even run for president. They say Michelle might run against Oprah in 2020.
If we fall for, a bunch of sounds provocative, tweets funny, sounds provocative, tweets funny, sounds provocative, tweets funny, sounds provocative, tweets funny, sounds provocative,
Pocahontas.
Bing, bing.
No, she's got this goofy friend, Mike Cheese. She's a basket case. Donald Trump. Oh, boy. Goofus.
The United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Rumor has it, Michelle is a dude. Yeah. So when we do pursue an absolute lawsuit against Barack Obama for defrauding the American people, married to a transgender, we will get a grand jury investigation going, and we will force Michelle to do the same thing that Bill Clinton did, and Michelle will have to show his penis to the American grand jury. You won't get to see it, but yeah, I think it's safe to say that this will all go down. Trump is wasting time not prosecuting Barack Obama. He totally blew it when he didn't follow up on the birther issue. He flipped on all the birther points that he was gathering a lot of support among the people, and he's basically turned his back on that. And he won't even prosecute Hillary because they're old friends. They're in it together. So believe me, I have nothing against transgenders. I'm not going to cater to them with legislation. We don't have time for that. We have other issues that are far more important. But I will tell you that if Michelle is a transgender, which I'm positive he is, I think if he comes clean and admits it, there's a good chance we'll have certain amounts of clemency toward, not incarcerating him forever. Okie doke. One more. We don't do second rounds of if. Sorry. But Michelle, Michael, whatever you want to call it, him, her, him, hit, her, hum. Yeah. Anyway, whatever you want to do, it'll be, most likely a prison sentence for Barack Obama. We will repeal Obamacare, which Trump can't seem to do. Once we prove without a shadow of a doubt to a jury that Donald Trump has taken in Russian influence, we'll be prosecuting him too. So expect 3 trials: Obama, Hillary, and Trump when I become president. I'm not going to let this sit there and continue to infest and turn into like quagmire of corruption. We're going to go after the real problem. Trump won't do it. He's a pussy when it comes to going out and attacking the issues. He won't even do what he said he was going to do, jail Hillary. I mean, the guy's a joke. How could you even support him? I don't understand it. He's completely flipped on almost everything he ever said he was going to do. And now he's taking away your privacy. Your porn history will be public record. Your neighbor can order your porn history by claiming they're an advertiser and they want to find out which websites you went to. Thanks, Donald.
All right.
Yeah. Your neighbor will know.
You can either have some of that dinner or put it in it.
Yeah, I'll have a little bit of it. Yeah, thank you. Okay, we're going to go back to Sarah and get a little break for Dave. Thank you. Yeah, I just have to eat something, I think.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, what were you saying, TLK? I missed it. Thanks, Rodney. Hi, Mad Dog. Hello, Misanthropy. How are you? You got what purged once at a normal conversation. Frups, I would have to paraphrase Hillary Clinton on that one. At this point, what difference does it make? I often wonder that, Mad Dog. He claims to really like Cookie. Claims to be from New York. Oh, that's so weird. What is that? Somebody's short hair. You're just in time for trivia now, Misanthropy. Tonight's topic is anthropology, psychology, and sociology. Well, maybe I will one day, David Nation. Thank you, Mad Dog. See, some of my hair is short. This is the length of hair I want. Like just right there. Not longer than that. Thank you, David Nation. Our props. I'm not going to be answering the phone. Let it ring, let it ring, let it ring, let it ring. All right. What is the view that the various cultures in a society merit equal respect and scholarly interest? It became a significant force in American society in the 1970s and 1980s as African Americans, Latinos, and other ethnic groups explored their own history. Should I read that again slower? All right, I will read it again slower. The view that the various cultures in a society merit equal respect and scholarly interest.
Hey, man. What's up?
Sure, go ahead, Mad Dog. It is multiculturalism. Multiculturalism.
Okay, 60minutes.com, and they have a good story there.
All right. What is a consuming self-absorption or self-love?
Okay.
A type of egotism. These types of people constantly assess their appearance, their desires, their feelings, and their abilities.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Dat be right? You are correct. Narcissism.
Yeah, thank you for writing. Appreciate it. All right, thanks. Take Ace Van, take care of it. Yeah, you too. Bye-bye.
You were called that? You were called a narcissist, so you went and looked it up? All right. I think you have to put a... Yeah, there you go. You finally got it, Mad Dog. Let's see. I'm gonna cut it. I know, I have to do it within the week. Yeah, you can't even see how long my hair is, and I look like one of those Amish people or something. Too long, Sarah says. Too darn long. I'm gonna cut it, Rodney. And that's your whole gimmick, is to be a narcissist? Do you know the story of Narcissus? He was in the Greek legend. Well, basically he looked at himself in like a pool of water, and he saw his reflection, and then he was so enamored by his reflection, he just stood there looking at himself until he passed away of malnourishment, starved himself to death. I'm going to cut it like this length. I don't know. I'm not as short as Hillary now. All right. Who were the descendants of the original inhabitants of North America and South America before the arrival of white settlers from Europe? Misanthropy, you are correct. Not too much, Anderson Cooper. Well, just a foot. The term, it was Native American. Native American is they're also called Indians or American Indians. The term Native Americans is sometimes preferred over Indian because the latter is a misnomer that originated with Columbus, who mistook the inhabitants of America for the people of India. Both terms, however, are accepted. In recent years, Native American activism has taken the form of calls for the protection of their tribal or ancestral shrines and artifacts. I do believe that people are addicted to the little ding on their phone when they get a message or a like or anything like that. I believe in Simon Sinek and what he says about that and the millennials. So I don't know if people are necessarily narcissists, but they definitely like gratification. Like it actually releases endorphins into your brain, and the one way to get all that little endorphin rush is to go in and send messages to 12, hello messages to 12 of your friends. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, like the Pavlovian dog. It's kind of scary a little bit. All right, we were talking about this earlier. The tradition and long-standing disagreement over whether heredity or environment is more important than the development of living things, especially human beings. What is that? Exactly, misanthropy. Good job, Bakra. I don't think I'm freezing. Okay. That was I'm sorry, Anderson Cooper. I couldn't resist. Those are the kind of funny little quirky things I like. All right. New clue. Who were the ancient and now extinct relatives of modern humans? They lived in Europe about 150,000 years ago and were the earliest form of the human species Homo sapiens. This term is sometimes used to refer to a person who is thought to have primitive or unenlightened ideas. Misanthropy is correct. Nicole is correct. Neanderthals. I tried talking politics to Joe, but he's a real Neanderthal. Ah, Neanderthal, yes. Kamikaze cowboy. Alright. Alright. What is favoritism granted to relatives or close friends without regard to their merits? This usually takes the form of employing relatives or appointing them to high office. Maybe two, potato. Misanthropy is correct. Frup's close enough. Kamikaze cowboy? Ding, ding, ding. You spelled it correctly. Sarah likes correct spelling. Good job, Frups. You spelled it correctly as well. Oh, I'm so sorry, Anderson Cooper. We have to get David on the ballot, and then maybe he'll spring for another heater. Yes, gold stars. All right, what is a mental disorder marked by anxiety or fear? It's less severe than psychosis. Bakra and misanthropy are correct. Neurosis. Or neuroses. Neurosis. Alright, in popular usage, a neurotic is anyone who worries a lot. Who are these nerds? Oh, that's so funny. Okay. What is a way of life in which a community has no permanent settlement but moves from place to place, usually seasonally and within a defined territory? For hunting and gathering societies, this does not imply aimless wandering, but suggests an organized rotation of settlements to ensure maximum use of available natural resources. Kamikaze Cowboy is correct. Frups is correct. Close enough, Bukra. Good job, Frups. Good job, Nicole. Nomadic. Or nomadism. Nomadism. Nomadism? Nomadism. Anyway, nomadic people. And Nicole says stupidity. You just want to stay in one place. You don't want to move. I'm not keeping score, TLK. I thought that was your job. Misanthropy's like, I am, according to my calculations. Oh, I'm sorry, TLK. Alright. I could keep score, but no mad is better than yes mad. That's cute. Alright, what is when you do not use the spoken language, but you instead use gestures, facial expressions, and body positions, collectively known as a body language, as well as unspoken understandings and prepositions, and cultural and environmental conditions that may affect an encounter between people? Well, not for everybody, Kraken. Nicole, seriously, jazz hands? No, I guess I didn't give you guys enough clues. When you use body language, facial expressions, body positions in order to talk with someone else, because you're not actually talking, you're not using your words, you use everything else like this. Not sign language, not body language, not gestures. You want me to give you an example? Or a letter? Frups has it right! So close! Good job. Nonverbal communication. Do you have 100 browsers open like I do, Anderson Cooper? That could explain if you're lagging. Good job, Frups. Nonverbal communication. Yay! Alright. What new clue? What is a type of family made up of only parents and their children? That's going to help Anderson, yes. Close enough, Misanthropy, yes. Good job, Frups. Yes, the nuclear family is the correct answer. The nuclear family. I thought this was in men too. Huh. What is the presence in women of abnormally powerful sexual desires? I didn't know it was just in women. I thought it was in men as well. I wonder what it's called in men. Satyrs. Oh, okay. Yeah, that would make sense. So close, Kraken. You're missing a letter. And then another couple syllables. Okay, Kraken. So close. Close enough, Kraken. But Bukra actually has it correct and spelled correctly, and so does Misanthropy. Nymphomania. Nymphomania. Alright, new clue. What is behavior, appearance, or expression, such as films and books, that violate accepted standards of sexual morality? American courts have long tried to define this, but without much success. Some believe, for example, that any depiction of nudity is this. Others would regard that nudity in itself is not this. Not just pornography. Not just deviance. Can we give you a letter, a clue, like what letter it starts with? Bonsai is correct, or at least close enough. Obscenity. Obscenity. Behavior, appearance, or expression that violates accepted standards of sexual morality. Obscenity. All right. What? No clue. Sorry. What is a preoccupation or a feeling with a feeling or an idea? In psychology, it is similar to a compulsion. Misanthropy has it correct. Obsession. Obsession. And OCD is short for obsessive compulsive disorder. So close enough, Bonsai. Good job. Good job, Dappy. Right. All right. New clue. In Freudian theory, what is the unconscious desire of a young child? I really dislike this whole thing, but I'll read it. For sexual intercourse with the parent of the opposite sex, especially between boys and their mothers. I really think Freud was a weirdo. Yes, Frups. Oedipus, the Oedipus complex. Oedipus complex. And yes, I do think Freud was a weirdo. I'm going to say that again. I do not like Freud. The Oedipus complex is named after the mythical Oedipus, who unwittingly killed his father and married his mother. Unwittingly? Like he didn't understand what he was doing? Ugh. Just bizarre. Alright. Just, who thinks like that? Freud obviously thinks like that. And ironically, Frups did spell it correctly, too. Yeah, I know, TLK. It's weird. Well, no. I'm not... Yeah, it says in Freudian theory. I mean, he's the one that, like, brought it out and, like, was talking about it. Most people don't talk about stuff like that, misanthropy. That's why I don't like Freud. I just think Freud was mentally messed up in the head. That's what I think. Alright, moving on. At least I know about him enough to say that. Alright, new clue. What is a set of relationship based on past friendship or acquaintance that sometimes replaces or undermines official organizations? He didn't deserve that promotion. He got it because of his connections to the... I would not doubt that chat room celebrity, because it's just... I don't know why people have glorified that individual. Really kind of...
They're lured by that individual?
Irks me.
Which individual?
Freud.
Oh, yeah. Freud was messed up.
I want to take everything off that relates to Freud because I can't stand him.
He really was messed up. He was a coke addict.
I think he was messed up in the head.
Yeah, you know, his grandson was the one who let James... Actually, John Podesta and Tony Podesta stay with them when that, you know, at that time period in Portugal.
Freud's grandson?
Freud's grandson was the one that let those two stay at that apartment at the same time that young woman was abducted. Madeleine McCann? Yeah. Weird family, yeah. Really, you know that how chat room celebrities said Sigmund Freud... Well, let's not mention it.
Yeah, let's not go there. Okay, the thing I was saying before was the Old Boy Network. Old Boy Network is a set of relationship based on past friendships or acquaintances that sometimes replaces or undermines official organizations. He didn't deserve that promotion. He got it because of his connections to the Old Boy Network.
Yeah, there you go. Old Boy was a good movie, yeah.
I have two more, but I'm going to move on past one of them. Okay, what is a deep ravine in Tanzania famous for the fossils of ancestors of humans found there? By Lewis and Mary Leakey.
The gorge,
Yes, you're right.
No, I didn't say Old Dubai.
But you're right. Buckra has it.
Buckra got the gorge, yeah. Thank you, Old Dubai. Yeah, the Leakeys were really amazing. They leaked all kinds of information about mankind's history. Now, you believe in evolution, some of you folks, because you believe that bones are carbon dated, and y'all believe that science stuff. I understand. Well, for some people, we don't necessarily believe in all that stuff. Now that Betsy DeVos is our Secretary of Education, we'll be teaching creationism instead of evolutionism in our schools.
I don't know, potato.
I believe
I just don't like
evolution.
any of these things like the oral stage and the anal stage and all this stuff related to Freud. I personally
want to rip this out of the book.
Think that he's mentally disturbed.
Yeah.
And I personally think that the best way to analyze people is that book, How to Analyze People on Sight, is way more accurate.
I agree.
Than what he talks about, and that
I know.
I think he was just obsessed with sex, and I think it's disturbing.
Thank you. And How to Analyze People in Sight came out in the 20s, right?
Yeah, it was by a woman, Elsie something.
It's really good. I mean, Sarah has been talking to me about this book. It's fantastic. It defines us by our type of body type. That we're all one of 5 different body types. Is that right?
Yeah.
Muscular, osseous is my body type. Is osseous, more bony. And each particular body type has a whole series of behavioral characteristics that are almost identical. Like, I like to save, I'm frugal, that's classic osseous.
Well, Elsie Lincoln Benedict.
Elsie Lincoln Benedict, there you go. She came up with How to Analyze People on Sight.
You can get it through LibriVox, you can get it through Gutenberg.org.
Let's give them a link so that they can at least link into it, so they can find out about how to analyze people and size them up based on body type. Well, if you're muscular TLK, you could be a guy who's there's men who are the kind of people that want to express
front matter of How to Analyze People on Sight.
There you go. Just give them the link.
This is really,
yeah.
I think it's like, I think this is just probably doesn't have anything besides, like, if they had actual pictures of this would be kind of cool. But it's like, it is like, I think it's super accurate. If you enjoy analyzing people, you would totally like this book, Misanthropy. Because I do like analyzing people and analyzing myself. By the way, Misanthropy, I will tell you this.
Ouch.
Everybody claims they're cerebral.
Right.
Everybody
claims it's cerebral, yeah. Don't you wish your boyfriend was a freak like me, don't you?
But you can, once you analyze people, then you can realize who's the cerebral and who's not.
Yeah. I'm not cerebral. I used to be, well, I am, I think we're phases of every particular type.
I believe that can be, like, mixtures of these people. Definitely. Just like, but I think that there are, like, I believe that there's probably 2 dominating, there could be more, but I think there's 2 dominating things.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. You want the webcam?
I got to get this webcam on me. I think it might be in the lineup. I don't know.
Well, I'll just add it. Is it this one? It's this one.
Cerebral has to do with your cerebrum, the part of your brain, the big part, this part.
There it is.
Yeah, it's really bright.
I know, it's weird.
That's cool.
Look, she's purring. She's like, purr, purr.
Well, this is her favorite time. She has her dinner, and she had her little. She licks her meat, gets all the gravy off her meat, because we feed her wet food once a night, a third of a can, and the webcam was doing great. And we gave her this. Yeah, we give her favorite food, and then she eats all the gravy off of it, then leaves the soy meat or whatever that is, and hates it, and she like reluctantly eats it the rest of the night. But we also give her dry food, so no, it's input, not output.
Oh.
She looks happy. She's a happy kitty. Yeah, she was abused as a child. We saved her. She's 14 years old now. Now she's little lap kitty deluxe. She just can't stop being in my lap. So we give her lap privileges. You're here to save the day. Mad Dog is here to save the day. You give veggie burgers to your cat? Really? We've never tried that. It's some sort of a soy product they put in there with gravy on it.
She sounds so happy.
Yeah, she's a happy. Hey, we got a terrarium here, folks, that we're planning on putting something in. We're not really sure what. We were thinking, maybe putting a fish in there or something and doing a live stream of the terrarium. I guess you have to put water in the terrarium to have it work. White man's lap. Yeah, that's right, man. Well, Amber is extremely bonded with our family. So she's become a big part of my lap. She's my lap decoration.
She's here to be like your co-host. She's like, well, Sarah's leaving soon, so I will co-host the show with David.
Yes, I will be your co-host, David. Have no fear, Amber is here.
All right, people. We were talking about how to analyze people. Well, I will tell you how to analyze cats.
What is the personality that involves dramatic involvement?
The thoracic.
Thoracic.
Basically, the whole premise of the book, How to Analyze People on Sight, is that there's different parts of people's bodies that are more well-developed than others.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so some people have a really well-developed stomach.
Yeah.
And obviously are really heavy because they like to eat.
Oh, stomach as in well-developed, big, eaty. Yeah, what are those people?
They're
apples?
called. No, there's a name for them, but basically they just like comfort, and they're.
Okay.
It's their first one that they talk about, but they make really great salesmen.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll take you to Andy Kimmy, and he can sell you an RV. He's a fairly big guy.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the RV that Andy Kimmy has?
No.
Well, if you go to YouTube, right there, click on YouTube.
Yeah, you want me
No,
to
in the top left, right? No, top. I can do it over here if you have it, mouse.
Here.
Yeah, let me show you. Andy Kimmy's got this amazing video that I think is fantabulous. But
yes,
this guy is...
bony is another type, yes. So then there's if you have a really well-developed lungs, you're thoracic. And so that's your thorax. I forget what they call the stomach one.
Yeah.
But
Apple?
No, it starts with an O. But the thoracics are like singers and actresses, and
oh yeah.
The thing about thoracics is they like make money fast, but they spend money fast.
Right.
Like a thorax is your chest, so they're called thoracic.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the osseous, which is bone. Bony, stony people. They make really good pioneers because they can endure a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And they make really good farmers. And they just endure and endure and endure. And like they could eat the same thing every day forever.
my name's Andy Kimmy. I'm part of the sales team here at Camping World of Portland. And it's such a beautiful day today. And also,
so that would be Andy Kimmy. He's quite the guy. I think he could win a Mr. Michelin award, but he's looking at a beautiful RV here. This is the Bullet made by... Oh, Amber, you want to get up? You want to stay there? You want to stay there? Go ahead. You stay or go?
She's not sure.
Gonna go. Okay, let's go off the camera.
Let me go off the camera.
Let me show you Andy Kimmy. Go ahead.
All right, bye everybody. Oh wait, what did I do? I went off of Andy Kimmy.
No,
wait, can you let go for a second?
Go ahead.
There you go.
Okay, there's Andy Kimmy, and let's go to a live picture of Andy Kimmy. Sarah's gonna say goodnight.
Good night. Good night. Don't go.
Quick Connect propane port under here and a swing arm grill for a barbecue.
You missed this
Once
beautiful
again,
RV.
welcome aboard this great little 220 Bullet trailer. Right inside the door, we have a nice, large, deep cabinet here. That is all hanging space. I love the cool enough counter space there too. There's the...
Hey Andy, we got a couple hot dogs ready for you. You want mustard and relish, or you want to just go lean on that, Andy?
Anyway, Andy sells RVs down in Portland, and he's a really good salesman.
Plug in up there if you want to plug something in. We have a room around the double 60-40 sink.
This is a unique 25-foot RV that has two slide outs. So you have a center aisle kitchen in here. It's pretty cool. Here's a link to the Andy Kimmy video just to give him credit where credit is due. Hey, you know, guest chat is not in here yet, so we got to get back to what really matters. Obviously, intelligence. Yep. If you're smart, you'll buy a nice little trailer like that one Andy Kimmy's selling you. You'll be ready to go. You and your family will be apocalypse ready. You can go live in one of those trailer parks underground. Yeah, they've got a trailer park they're building out there in Kansas for an organization called Terra Vivos. And Terra Vivos is incredible. They're dealing with underground bunkers, getting people ready for apocalyptic conditions. Terra Vivos is the preeminent website to go to if you want to learn how to get a place that you can survive in. Now, he's selling places right now in Germany. They purchased an underground bunker from the East Germans, and they've been able to terraform this underground bunker into an amazing, beautiful resort away from home. You know, so if you have any money to do this, you could do this. It's a tornado shelter, but more. It's nuclear, biological, and chemical proof. Terra Vivos is a secure space in a Vivos underground shelter to survive virtually any catastrophe. So, whether you get an RV or whether you get a place at Terra Vivos, you're going to be involved in helping protect you and your family against the ravages of whatever's coming, if it is indeed coming.
In recent years, interest in disaster scenario solutions has grown. There is no question that the world is an increasingly dangerous place. The evening news daily features threats of riots, pandemics, economic collapse, increasingly deadly weather, international 2012, 1,000 square feet of nuclear-hardened comfort.
It was formerly a government Cold War shelter used for a purpose that I can't disclose. You're sitting in the middle of a fortress, an underground fortress.
It is protected from nuclear, biological, and chemical attack. It can withstand a 20 megaton blast 2 miles away. Vivos Shelters is the brainchild of Robert Vicino, a real estate entrepreneur who has created a string of private top-secret bunkers across the country. Even the crew is not allowed to know the location.
You guys are
The crew?
Yeah. And there's no GPS on these?
Nope, no GPS in there at all. Some of those will track. You want to turn it off, turn the phone off, power down.
So we're about 2 stories above the actual shelter. We're going to go down several flights of stairs. We're going to go through a blast door, and then we'll be in safe haven.
Past a 12-inch carbon steel glass door is a luxurious interior designed for 80 people to live in comfort for a full year underground.
I'm about to enter the Grand Salon.
A giant flat-screen TV and a video library complement the bunker's home theater. A central dining area allows
Okay, count me in. I'm going to be purchasing a microphone. That's all I can afford. I can't afford one of these apartments down here. I know. I'm thinking of getting a lapel mic, so I'm always on. So yeah, you could live in Carabivos. Absolutely. You just have to have the bucks. Tarabucos. Yeah, Terravivos is a place you can check out online, have fun. It was brought to me by a guy who went mentally ill. Or so he said. Yeah, Howie brought that to us. He's kind of an amazing guy in and of himself. Susan Rice, Trump was right? No. Susan Rice is lying right now. But Trump wasn't right. There's no evidence of wiretapping. It's all anecdotal. It's her word against everybody else's. It's just hearsay at this point. You really want Trump to be right, don't you? You don't care that he's been in bed with the Russians since 2013, working on taking over our country? It doesn't bother you that he's a traitor, working directly with the Russians? Wow. You people really are far down the Trump-tard lane. You've gone down the Trump hole. You are officially Trump-tards. You ought to put a sign on your car. Well, actually, you have one. It says Trump 2016. Yeah. So if the U.S. is nuked to all hell, but you somehow manage to live in your shelter, what happens when your food runs out? Do you go topside? Oh, I can live off algae. I'm training myself to eat algae and worm burgers. Well, we all know that the NSA has been watching everybody for years. Trump it's no big revelation that he's been wiretapped. We've all been wiretapped for decades now. What the hell? Trump is not really saying anything. They were wiretapping him and all the other people who are potential traitors working for Russia. So why do you keep talking about wiretapping like it's some big revelation? Trump's admitting he was wiretapped means he's admitting that they were investigating him. Even if he is right. Cyber spying is, if it's going to be his effort to stop cyber spying, then you tell me why Trump just authorized the use of ISPs and all your information on the internet, all your search history, to be presented to any advertiser. If he cares so much about cybersecurity, you tell me why Trump just did that. So get off your high horse with him going against cybersecurity. This guy has been tapped because he's a national security threat, and now he's president of the United States, and you put him there. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. You make me sick. That'll make me want to puke.
Everybody, apathetic CIA troll Dave Snarky acting Checky.
I actually had friends that I would talk to who now support Trump wholeheartedly, and I'm not talking to you people again. You're imbeciles. Dave Acton checking in. Let's see if he's got that war against Chi-Chi going on. You lose, Chi-Chi. Nobody knows what that means. It's like Dave Acton checking in. California now a sanctuary state. Immigration enforcement frozen, according to Dave Acton. Interesting. So in other words, Donald Trump has no power over the refugee settlement plan, the UN refugee settlement plan. I would never concede to somebody unscrupulous like Trump. He openly steals my ideas and he brags about it. And you people don't even give a crap that I've been censored for 8 years. I like talking to the audience of good people and bad people, and I don't know, I can't differentiate right now, but you know who you are. The good people know who the good people are, and the bad people know who the bad people are. So Chi-Chi means pussy? Oh, wow. Like the guy on Sopranos, pussy? Ironically, he's the guy that gets all the work now, you know. Pussy was a good actor, you know. Big Pussy, Bon Spencera. You ever met him? You saw him? This is a couple of great scenes. The top one is early on in the series, The Sopranos. His name is Pussy. And the one down below is him nearly getting... I mean, they took him out on the yacht there. They found out he's an informant. And the mob took him out. They found out he was wearing the wire, and you know, you don't go against, you know, if you're made and you go against the mob, they take you down. Anyway. Pussy. I'm training myself to live off sunlight through photosynthesis. Well, that's good, because I've got a whole batch of algae that I have to put in a blender and just chuck down, you know, to see if I can do it. I'm also thinking of making worm burgers, because I have a huge amount of worms in my compost heap. I'm thinking worm burger and algae juice would be an adequate supply to maintain a healthy long-term lifestyle of about 150 years. So I've got my worm compost heap underground and my algae is underwater. So, well, apparently you don't want to live. You're not willing to eat good protein and good healthy algae. You got my vote, yeah. I promise all of you algae and worm burgers. I had this weird idea for a restaurant, and it was called MSG, no MSG. And MSG, no MSG is mush, soup, and gruel with no MSG in it. It'd be able to serve anybody mush, soup, or gruel. Now, if you know the difference between mush and soup and gruel, you'll know what I'm talking about. You could also say mash, like mashed potatoes, soup, and gravy. It'd be great in the South. You could serve it with, you know, biscuits. Yeah, gruel. I don't know what gruel is. I just made that up. But wouldn't that be a great name for a restaurant, not? MSG, no MSG? Well, let's be clear. We have Obama working for the Russians too? Is that what's happening? What's happening? Why Republicans are against Obama privatizing internet governance? Well, this is way back on August 16th, 2016, and then the Republicans flipped. Yeah, so now the Republicans are in favor of privatizing internet governance. Yeah, they want to turn all our personal records, which should be private, over to advertisers. Oh yeah, Republicans flip as soon as they see the money. They're like money hungry. Gruel is the portmanteau of the words great and cool. Girl, gruel. Now you're fantasizing. It's as close as you'll ever get to sex, MJS. Just kidding, man. I know you got a girlfriend. Don't worry. Could you cover the webcam? That'd be she'd appreciate that. Yeah. Put some tape over it when she's dressing. Thanks. Gruel is a type of food consisting of some type of cereal, oat, wheat, or rye flour. Yeah, there you go. So mush would be some sort of mush made from like meat and mashed potatoes or something. Gravy or gruel could be a oat, wheat, rye flour based gravy. Yeah, boiled in water. Sure, thanks. Appreciate it. I know you do. And I was wondering why it was there. Because the video before was much better when it wasn't on there. I'm not the NSA, man. I'm not looking at you. It's just a joke. White gravy over biscuits. People love that in the South. Being censored for 8 years in my own country is important in that with the billions of viewers I have around the world over time, I'm just going to say billion, I would say that it's still very weird that I'm an international success, yet no one's ever run a story about me in my own country. I feel like the Beatles in a parallel universe where, you know, all the songs are completely disjointed. Yeah, close to 1 billion now, yeah. So here the Beatles started in Germany, ironically, and then America. And then they made their rounds and came back to the good old United Kingdom. But the Beatles actually might as well come from a parallel universe. I have a tape of the Beatles in a parallel universe, ironically. Here comes the sun. Doo 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 doo. Apparently I got rid of it. It was so horrible. Yeah, I got rid of it. Oh no, here it is. There is a man who claims to have traveled to an alternative dimension in which the Beatles never broke up and brought back a mixtape of Beatles songs no one in this dimension ever saw. He claims that on September 9th, 2009, he came into the possession of a cassette tape of the Beatles album that was never released. In fact, not only was it never released, Richard says on this site it was recorded many years after they broke up. He says that he was in Del Puerto Canyon chasing his dog when he tripped and fell unconscious. When he woke up, he found that he and his dog had been transported to a parallel Earth by a man named Jonas. Jonas from an Earth where traveling to parallel universes is commonplace noticed Richard was unconscious, and since there was no one or no place available to help him, Jonas took Richard and his dog with him to his Earth. Richard goes on to say that he and Jonas talked about many similarities and differences between our worlds. The subject of the Beatles came up when Jonas mentioned his brother had attended a recent concert of theirs, all 4 original members still alive and together on his Earth. When Richards explained that only 2 members were alive in our universe, Jonas showed him a room where he stored his Beatles collection. And this is where it gets really weird. Richard says that of the cassette tapes Jonas had, there were 4 whose titles he could not recognize. When he asked Jonas if he could have a copy of one of the tapes, Richards was told for his own safety that he could not take any kind of souvenirs back from that dimension. Richards managed to pocket one of the tapes, which Jonas was distracted, was later transported back to our Earth with his dog and his stolen souvenir as proof of his story. What you're about to hear is the Beatles from another parallel dimension. In reality, it is a mashup of all 4 Beatles' solo material over the years. Okay, let's get to it. Song 4, Sick to Death. I gotta tell you, that is a rare cut of the Beatles, and I don't know, I've never heard that before, but in any event, I think that's total BS. The whole thing. That's why I wanted to show you what total BS could be on the internet. A belief that somehow the Beatles are living in a parallel universe. Yeah, it's new. Yeah, imagine that, something new on our show. Total BS on Truth Tuesday. I know, and I'm pissed off too. We the people have had enough. I don't want to get lied to on the internet. Now, I have a link here from someone who just sent us to us. Let's see. Man with a black mask, black makeup, tells police I'm allowed to break the law. This is coming from Ace Fan. Let's take a look at this.
Now that's you have an ID. First, you said you got a call about me acting weird. Second, you said you got a call about me. I didn't say
one's just right here, but the first one a block further.
The whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. From you. Alright, dude, are you an image of Mark Lyon, by chance? I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. From you.
So he's basically a mental patient who has had some issues with, he's in blackface.
You got served. Why are you here right now? I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
What I told you back there was I was just trying to understand the makeup. That was curious on my part, just to understand. And I asked you, and you said, walk with me and we'll talk.
I'm being stopped
So
from going to my
I walked
destination
with
by
you.
you.
No,
I'm being accosted by you.
You
I want
invited
the
me to
truth,
walk with
the
you,
whole
so
truth and nothing but the
I
truth.
walked
Take
up
off
here
your
with
gun
you.
because I don't trust you.
I walked up here with you.
Take off your gun and
So-
tell me I'm free to go right now.
I walked up here with
Tell me
you
I'm
because you
free to
invited
go
me to walk
right
with
now.
you.
Tell me I'm free to go right now. Take off your
I'm
gun.
just going
I
to
don't
move out of the
trust
way
you.
so this lady
Take
can...
off your taser. I don't trust you. Tell me I'm free to go right now.
Oh my God, this guy looks just like Nicolas Cage, doesn't he? I mean, tell me that guy is not Nicolas Cage. I mean, just take a look at the look. The look of Nicolas Cage is right there. Check it out. Yeah, he looks just like him. I mean, facially, in the facial features. Here's Nicolas Cage, and here's the guy. You tell me that's not Nicolas Cage. Of course you're going to tell me it's not Nicolas Cage, because it's obviously not Nicolas Cage. You think? It looks a little like him, you got to admit, right? I'm pretty good with facial features, and I don't think Nicolas Cage would do this. No. All right, moving on.
Our presence here is just part of the conversation.
Tell me I'm free to go right now. I don't
We
trust
started
you.
down there where my car is.
Why are you in my circle right now? I don't trust any of you. Why are you in my circle right now? Tell me I'm free to go. I don't trust you. I'm being accosted for walking down the sidewalk. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you three God.
I can go back to the beginning of this call, and that's as far as I can go back, because that's when my interest in someone dressed like you began.
I'm allowed to break the law.
He's allowed to break.
I'm allowed to break the law.
I have no response to that.
Tell me I'm free to go.
No.
Okay, we believe we have possibly Christian Bale. We have other people that believe this is Christian Bale doing some preliminary work for a role. I don't know. I think it's more Nicolas Cage. I don't know about you, but yeah. Hate to be a fuddy-duddy here. Hate to blow your bubble.
Why not?
Exit 44, you wanted a box?
We don't yet understand why you're behaving this way.
Exit 44, 10-9.
We don't know.
The solution to that isn't to put me in your little fucking box in jail. It's to let me be who I am and do what I'm doing on Earth freely. Do you understand that, yes or no?
I still don't understand why you're doing it.
Tell me I'm free to go and give me time. Don't put me in your box where I'm isolated. I want to fucking kill myself in that little jail cell. Tell me I'm free to go now.
Are you suicidal?
Yes, I'm suicidal. No. It's 4 on 1 and I don't have a...
So he is suicidal. I thought that Gene Wilder passed away recently, but we do possibly have a copy of the Gene Wilder impersonation of the blackface here. I'm kind of an aficionado about blackface, you know. I'm the original blackface candidate, so you probably know that, many of you. This is what makes this very interesting. Gene Wilder is not. It's not him. I met Gene Wilder.
Gun,
that,
and all
sir, is not Gene
fucking
Wilder.
4 of you have guns.
He's suicidal. They're going to take him in.
So take off your fucking guns. Because this is not a fair fight.
Same nose. Yeah, I agree.
We're not here to fight either. So are you thugs? Are you thugs here to assassinate me? Yes or no? Are you trying to assassinate me? Yes or no? Some kind of narcotics or something? No. Yes or no? Are you trying to assassinate me right now?
Okay. You know, if I wanted to go to a psych ward, I could do that and go visit him. But, you know, right now I don't think it's appropriate we play psychiatric patients who are on the street and dressed in blackface. Since I did it in pure satire, and I don't go around, I'm not a hebephrenic schizophrenic. That's what this guy is. If you've ever studied psychology like I have in great detail, you'd understand that the hebephrenic schizophrenic is typically a disorganized schizophrenia, having overtones of simple schizophrenic behavior. The symptoms include impairment in thought process of speech, but most likely the hebephrenic schizophrenic is known to wear bizarre makeup. Yeah. Oftentimes smearing feces on his or her face, thinking that that's perfect. So we don't really know if this guy has feces on his body at this point. He might smell to high heaven. He may have rubbed his own feces on his face. So it's not something I'm making light of. This is a serious mental disorder. All right. I was doing satire when I did mine. I didn't in any way do that as a rule. I would never walk out of the door wearing blackface. I would not want to in any way disrespect black people. But I did it on camera because it absolutely had to be done. I needed to perform satire of the worst president we've ever had. You want me to go back to the video? Sorry. My fault. I'm getting Ace Fan. He's a little upset here. He wants me to finish the video. Hang on. We're 4 minutes into it.
N.O. for the court reporter. Honorable Judge Britt Clark will be presiding. Acree, Weber, Polk, and your name? Bruce? Okay, that's the first name. I don't want to go to court. I don't want to fucking take any of you to court. Because I don't give a rat's ass about your shit. I'm in my circle. No. Yep. Hey, no. We're gonna take you for Whoa. Right? Whoa. I need a witness! I need a witness!
I'm a witness.
I need a witness! I need a witness!
I'm witnessing it.
Grab that glass out.
They grabbed him.
Yeah.
Let's see the takedown maneuver again.
I need a witness! I'm in my circle. No. Yep. Hey, no. We're gonna take you for Whoa. Right? Whoa. I need a witness! I need a witness! I need a witness! I need a witness!
So did he have a weapon on him?
I need a witness!
Could we get this guy a Jehovah's Witness, please?
Assassinate me right now, Denton Police, Texas, yes sir.
Do we have any Jehovah's Witnesses in the room that could witness this for us? No, I had to do blackface. You don't understand. I have been censored for 8 years in my own country. And because I did blackface, I'm now seen by millions of people around the world. You still don't get it. You really are that dense, aren't you, 145? No, and that's the last you'll be in here. Yeah, I'm not a BS artist at all.
No, they're not. What is that? Why are you in my circle? Looks like it. Casey or something? That's pretty clean. Okay. There's a little bit of stuff. Over here, you're tame. Whoa, hey. Let's walk. You gonna walk? You gonna walk? Alright. You gonna drag him, you want me to pick him up? Let's sit him down for now. I'm currently being assaulted sexually.
He's being assaulted sexually right now by these men. They're grabbing his ass.
I didn't!
I had to do blackface. It's not an excuse. You've been banned.
Police! I'm currently being sexually assaulted!
Whoa. Oh my gosh, we just saw a guy who get sexually assaulted. Oh man, this is Whoa, did you see how he was sexually assaulted? They were probing him. They were looking for weapons in his anus. That's worse than being anally abducted by aliens. Have any of you been anally abducted by aliens? I think this guy may have been. He's communicating with another race. It's not stupid, Alpha Geek. I wouldn't be playing this for you if it was stupid. You're looking at the very base margin of the average American in this world now.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
I think a lot of people are getting that way. All I can tell you is wrong to be violated by cops. What that guy was doing was perfectly normal. If he wanted to go out, but he was clearly dealing with some suicidal tendencies. That alone will get him into a 15-day hold here in Washington State. Our liberal government decided that it's okay to put people in mental hospital for 15 days without any justification or contact with family. Yeah. It used to be 5, now it's 15. It used to be there were 3 days you're guaranteed access to an attorney. All those laws have been waived. Many different state jurisdictions now offer people, incarceration for diagnostic for mental health. And this is all part of the plan of the New World Order. And you have a copy of the New World Order's agreement that you simply buy into when you use this New World Order's signatured copy of their agreement. It's called legal tender. So you're basically a puppet of the New World Order as long as you're addicted to money, basically. So what I'm urging people to do, I've never been in a psych unit, thank you. What I'm urging people to do is disconnect slowly from their addiction to money. Well, I don't need suicidal tendencies to play a video of misanthropy. I mean, they'll monetize that. The only reason why I got a chance to play the Beatles is because it was written in a parallel universe. Yeah. Thanks to the Beatles and the parallel universe, I was able to do that. That's my other camera. Thank you. No, I'm not asking you to give up money. I'm asking you to slowly detach from money. I'm asking you to take your freedom back and give it a big shove. You see, the more you're addicted to money, the more they control you. And that's the truth. The whole truth and nothing but the truth. Yeah. So I would urge people to diversify their assets, get some gold and silver. Yeah, just to maintain something that has durable value. I know, the pitted dude is too stoned to really sue me for playing his crap. It's currency. Money is a misnomer, and it's completely based on your confidence in that dollar. Now, I'm asking you to become a little less confident in the dollar and more confident in yourself. Yeah, I'm urging you to become slowly detached from money, because the more you are hooked on money, the more you use money recklessly, the more you're likely to be in debt the rest of your life. I want to help the people that I'm talking to right now, no matter who you are. If you live slightly below your means, you'll actually end up saving money. And, you may not realize it, but saving money means you're detaching from money. The more money you have saved up, the less you have to worry about money. You see what I mean? Yeah, debt really is slavery. So when you get ahead of your debt, as I did when I was 21 years old, I was just so free. I couldn't even describe the feeling. And then I started really stoking away some savings. And of course, at 25, my dad had a heart attack. I had to move in with my mom and dad to take care of my father's cooking needs and his doctors and all the things I had to help him with. But I, like many of you millennials who are living at your family right now, I basically soaked away my money so I could actually retire at a young age. So it's a pretty good way to go. You don't have to become rich like Donald Trump thinks he's rich, even though he's in debt for $2.4 billion. And I've met a wonderful woman who wasn't a materialistic person. She herself wanted her own assets, so even though I've given her everything, bequeathed her in my will, everything, which is a massive amount of assets, she still wants her retirement fund. She likes that connectivity with a retirement fund. There's nothing wrong with that. That's great. But that's the choices she made. She really wants to pursue that track, and she's doing it. She's putting together her own personal retirement fund. My net worth is immeasurable. I have many, many fortunes, all of which I can't even give you direct, concrete value. I have a rock collection that could be valued at millions of dollars, or it could be worthless, depending on who's buying. You know that diamonds are incredibly prevalent on Earth, right? In case you didn't know, diamonds are not that valuable, even though they say they are. Know about who? There you go. Mad Dog has a huge stamp collection. There's no evidence that that's going to be valuable anytime soon, but it might be, you know. You know, stamps have been known to go up in value over time. My coin collection is not worth millions, no. I have a very simple rudimentary coin collection I picked up as a kid. I have some gold. I do have some original gold that is very valuable. But, you know, that's just because I invested in some gold. But it's not a big deal. I mean, Glenn Beck has more gold than I do. Glenn Beck bought gold at $350 an ounce, and now, you know, it's worth nearly $1,248 or something. So yeah, Glenn Beck was a big, huge investor back then, and he's a guy who's probably more into money than most. I don't need money because I really just have enough to live on, and comfortable assets like that really, you know, make you not want to bust your butt. So I got ahead of the pyramid. I no longer am dealing with the eye of the pyramid. It no longer controls me. Glenn is a smart guy. Yeah, I like him. But people that are really kind of unsure about their addiction to the dollar and continue to spend it really are going to be on that treadmill their whole life. I know a guy who makes $250,000 a year working as a top sales manager for a major corporation. And he actually has done an amazing job of spending money all his life. I mean, he bought a $75,000 Audi S5 from Germany, mind you, and drove it and test drove it on the Autobahn. Right? Took it home, bought it, took it home, drove it for about a year, and decided he didn't want the car anymore. Not because it wasn't performing well, but because it was getting 18 miles per gallon. An Audi S5. I mean, a really beautiful car. I mean, this thing is... He bought it for $75,000. I think it cost him $2,000 to transport it from Germany directly. He sold it 2 years later for $32,000 to an auto reseller who just paid him cash. And the reason why he didn't want to wait a little longer to get more money for it was because it was getting dirty in the front of his yard. His car was getting dirty. He said he didn't really want to wash it. I mean, he basically walked away from $45,000 in assets. Okay? So this is the same guy who told me that he will never be able to retire because he doesn't have enough money. And this isn't the only car he's done it with. He sold an Audi S4 for chump change, like $4,000, when he bought it for like $26,000. I mean, the whole thing is, the guy's just like completely when it comes to money, he just doesn't know what he's doing. But he makes $250,000 a year, and he really believes he'll never retire. He doesn't understand how I survive, how I live. He doesn't understand how I can survive in this world. He thinks that I'm somehow living on the dole or getting food stamps or something. He doesn't understand that I'm very frugal, and I've been able to save money over the years and live off the asset. So it's all up to you and how you manage your lifestyle. But these people, they will harness your all your life will be spent toiling away for these people who control the monetary system. And the only way you can actually completely detach from it is to completely detach from it. No, I don't make any money on this site. And Mark has made millions of dollars censoring me, violating my freedom of speech and possibly multiple laws here in the United States. Mark doesn't seem to care. He doesn't think he's violating any laws. But if worse comes to worse, he will be facing some legal entanglements, because I'm not going to sit back and allow this to happen. Mark has made millions. He's got 2 new cars, a boat, and I believe a Rolex watch for $55,000. Now he's pretending like he doesn't have any money. He's got a GoFundMe page to kind of deflect the reality that he's been bragging about all this money on his Facebook site. And we can prove that. It's crazy. So this guy has been censoring me on my own network and making money doing it, and lying to the people of this show that somehow all his revenue comes from VIP Basic. He said he has 318,000 new VIP Basic users. Are any of you a $9.95 a month VIP Basic user? He's in Dubai now. I wouldn't doubt it. I don't think your Yugo's worth anything. Hold on to it, man. It might be worth a fortune someday. In 1975, I passed up a 1970, actually it was 1981. I passed up a 1975 Gold Wing Mercedes. I'll show you the vehicle. They only wanted $2,500 for this car. Excuse me, it was older than 1975. It was like a 50s. It was like this car right here. The doors flip up. It was really cool. It just needed a lot of work. But I should have bought that for $2,500. It's worth over $100,000, if not more. It's all in where you have an eye for, something. I should have bought that. I was like, whoa, I should have bought that, but I didn't. You can definitely hedge against your losses by buying something of lower value that have potentially greater value. Like Hondas, they retain their value long time. So do Toyotas. If you bought yourself a Honda vehicle, you'd probably have better chance buying it used, and it'll hold its value longer. That's just one way to hedge against inflation. Yahweh. Yeah, protein way, yeah. How is the show translated into different languages? Well, I speak many different languages. I speak, and then they slow it down. For instance, this is Swahili. And then this is Spanish. And this is Chinese. And all of that's slowed down for people to understand it. I have to make myself laugh or do something. I don't speak any other language but English. So let's be clear. I understand other languages because I understand the Romance languages. I studied Romance languages in school, so I can read German and Spanish in part, but speaking it is a bit difficult. I am not old, I am new, I am restored. I am the new Dave. All right. Well, I speak many dialects. Yeah, German is a Romance language. Hello. Ja, it is. It ist eine Romance language geworden. Ja. You didn't know that German was a Romance language? Wow. French, English. English is not a Romance language. French, Spanish, and German are Romance language. I am old house, old knife. No, nothing's old. Everything's restored. Yes, German is a Romance language. What the hell's wrong with you? Of course, all of the German derivative languages are Romance languages. All right, obviously we have a disagreement here. Latin, there you go. News Corp chief says Orwellian algorithms of Google and Facebook put us on a slippery slope of censorship. I don't speak Spanish. No comprende español. Sí, poquito. Muy bien. I'm not going to Google it. I know German's a Romance language. I was taught German, and the first thing they taught me was German is a Romance language. Me no speaky English? No. Okay, so let's say I walk into the border patrol office in right outside of Juarez, Mexico, Nogales, and I say, I am not English. I am from another country. I will instantly get health care. I could claim I'm a pregnant woman, and they would give me a free place to stay while I gave birth to my child. Yeah. So to this day, Trump hasn't done diddly squat with the illegal alien problem. Are you getting my drift? Am I penetrating some of your Trump-tired brains here? Yeah, you can still sneak over the border right now and become a U.S. citizen or be given all the benefits of a U.S. citizen if your wife is pregnant with a baby and she has a baby in American Clinica. So we have a problem still that Trump can't solve. He hasn't put a stop to the UN refugee resettlement program. He's still letting that go on. What the hell's wrong with him? I think Trump is a spy for Russia. David, your face looks like a monkey face. You know, I disagree completely. Do you mind if I read this? And I'll pick up where I left off. Thank you. I am not a monkey, sir. I may be like a silverback gorilla, The chief executive of News Corp, parent company of the Sun News Times newspapers, has warned that digital algorithms, you just hate that, digital algorithms at Facebook and Google have left us perched on the edge of a slippery slope of censorship. I am closely related to the late Harambe. He's one of my relatives, I'm sure of it. Assuming you believe in evolution. I believe in intelligent design, and frankly, they designed this silverback to be very intelligent. You know how much money was lost in just food alone when this guy ended up eating the big one?
Well, you better know, because I'm going to make you know right now. You understand me?
So don't call me a monkey, sir. I'm more likely a silverback of the highest order. Okay. His comments follow an investigation by the Times that reveal how programmatic advertising has led to adverts from reputable brands appearing alongside extremist online content and porn. Whoa. The fallout has included a call today from 24 local newspapers publishers urging advertisers to use them rather than blind programmatic ad buying. Speaking at the Asian Society in Hong Kong, Robert Thomas said the embarrassment for these advertisers nationally conscious of their image is understandable, but the situation is far more serious than the mere loss of face. Because of YouTube, that is Google, there's a real chance that some of these clients have been funding extremism, whether it be Islamist excess or neo-fascist nonsense, depending on the type of advertising. It's estimated that by the ad industry that a YouTube partner, which I can't believe some of these now are, could earn about 55% of the revenue from a video. Well, I know people that are AdSense whores. They're making tons of money because they don't have any political views, that could be categorized as a political party, they don't get censored. If they're wackier, the more the money they make on AdSense. Seriously, because the government wants us all to believe that the sky is falling and that the world is collapsing so that we all freak out. So they want to encourage that. You know, funding Alex Jones, as they do, the government funds them through Lockheed Martin and Skunkworks Productions.
Alex Jones makes a lot of money, but they don't need to do that anymore. They can actually help an AdSense partner who is absolutely whacked out get a lot of money and make that money by doing videos that constantly come up with ridiculous ideas. So they don't need to fund Alex Jones anymore. They can just create all kinds of idiots out there online that are just willing to concoct things. You know?
All right. All right, thanks for sharing that little tidbit of information. We've got a lot of people wondering about the weapons, the chemical weapons that were allegedly used. Allegedly now we're looking at a possible fake event in Syria to trigger more and more warlike hostility, pushing the envelope of war.
You want me to talk like Alex Jones all the time? Okay. Well, the thing is, I could talk to Jesse Ventura, the former governor of Minnesota, and he could be asking me questions. He could say, like,
who's in charge of everything?
Well, Governor, the Bilderberg Group and the Venetian royalty are taking over the internal workings of our world government. And they don't want you around, Governor.
What are they going to do?
Well, they want you gone, Governor.
Why would they do that?
Because they don't like people that are tall and stupid looking. Does it matter?
All right. Yeah, I think he had voice work when he was converted over from Bill Hicks. The truth is, Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. He's admitted it numerous times on his show. It's ridiculous. I shouldn't even have to talk about it. It's like a given now. But when you look at the hard facts about Alex Jones, he is a person who replaced the original Alex Jones. And yes, I have pictures of the original Alex Jones. I do. Yep. And I play that for you. A lot of you have seen it already. Yeah. Do you want me to, I guess I could play it for you if you want. I mean, it's not a big deal. Here is a picture of the original Alex Jones. This is Bill Hicks.
Agent man, secret agent man, ain't giving you.
Next, let's
on the right. Looking at their necks, we see the individual on the left has well-defined neck muscles and a well-defined jawline. The individual on the right does not have well-defined neck muscles or jawline. Also, we have a much clearer image of the hairline, and the individual on the left actually appears to have a noticeably different hairline than the one on the right. The eyebrows and hair are also noticeably different in color, thickness, and texture. Again, we have two completely different individuals.
And there's a big separation in their age too. Alex Jones is the original Alex Jones is 13 years younger than the guy playing him, Bill Hicks. So yeah, we're pretty sure that this guy has been eliminated somewhere. He's disappeared. We don't know what happened to him. If you know where the original Alex Jones is, please contact me. Operators standing by. Yeah, nose, chin, ears, everything's different. It's not Alex Jones that we know today. I think the Bill Hicks got into some real bad horseradish sauce, and his whole voice changed. He started
sounding more like this. You have transgender pictures of Alex Jones?
Sparrow dollar, man.
Yeah, but what did you just say to me?
I'm played by the evil demon king Osmodeus from hell, who believes that he's going to kill my children and my husband because he's God, and you're not!
Holy shit.
My son will kill you first. That's why you're being stabbed and strangled.
Alright, back up.
I hate these furry Osmodeus. You can die tonight, bitch! All I do is listen to you be stabbed by my son! Listen for you's a stupid god!
Holy fucking shit.
That was Alex Jones. Really? That was a very good Alex Jones impersonation, I gotta tell you. I don't think I've seen anything that good in a long time. Hey, we've reached the end of the show tonight. Thanks for entertaining the Truth Tuesday show. I will be delivering stuff on false flags tonight. And we'll be talking about the possibility that Donald Trump will be indicted. That'll be on the issue. Possibly with his Russian connection. All of these stories keep propping up, as well as more reveals about whether they're being lied to. Starting with 9/11 all the way to the false flaggery that's going on today. If you're still upset about Trump becoming president, you can join this woman in a hard rock tribute. All right, I'm going to sign off, everybody. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow for Wasteful Wednesday. Take care.
Donald J. Trump is now President of the United States. President Obama.